Hello everybody. Hello Ryoko, and welcome to the another stream. Some Final Fantasy XIV. So, the plan for today is pretty simple. We are just going to be trying to do as much of the Eden raid as possible, because that's what I'm planning on starting today, which is also what the style of the stream should be. So, yeah. I'm thinking of just really quickly unlocking something from the Minstrelling and Wanderer. Haven't done any of the Eden raids. Neither have I. I will say something really quick, and that is, I didn't want to go in completely blind in terms of the fights. So I did watch some guides for the first 8 fights here earlier today. I don't fully remember everything, so I have slightly spoiled myself on a little bit of that, but I don't really have any sort of context, and most of the stuff I had already been spoiled on for. But in terms of like the storyline, I have no context at all. Should we do them with me? If you want to, we can do them. But yeah, I'm thinking that I can maybe get the first 8 raids done. There are 12, and I don't know if I have enough time to do that today. It kind of depends on how long each fight is and how long the queues end up taking. So yeah, that's gonna be kind of a determining factor there.
As a sinner of the world, you must surely have all
First, I'm just gonna quickly talk about the Warrior of Light so we can unlock that extreme trial. Because might as well.
The Warrior of Light incarnate, you say? Consider me intrigued. Pray tell me this tale. That such a fierce battle unfolded atop the tower, the culmination of a conflict spanning eons. And by your hand did you strike down this Elidibus, thereby putting an end to the Ascian menace. Had you not prevailed, we would not be enjoying the peace which we now have. We all owe you a tremendous debt. And yet, I cannot help but spare a thought for the defeated. Though history will paint them as villains, the Ascians were driven by a deep and abiding desire to which all men may relate. When one imagines the anguish and sorrow they must have felt, victory seems to lose its savor. So such thoughts trouble even she who dealt the felling blow. I am neither a philosopher nor a leader, just another minstrel. So pray allow me to speak of it in a language that is near and dear to a minstrel's heart, love. When 2 men fall for the same woman, even should all things be equal, the feelings of one is destined to be unrequited. Thus is there never a shortage of the broken-hearted drowning their sorrows in taverns, and nary an evening goes by without me being called upon to sing mournful ballads of love's lost. Yet in spite of the pain that love inflicts, man can stop seeking it out no more than he can choose to stop breathing. Nay, he will never cease to struggle to find love. No matter the weight of sorrow and regret he bears, the yearning and desire drives him on. For love is the greatest emotion of all. It is a veritable force of nature, transcending reason as it moves us to action, causing old wounds to tear open anew, again, and again, and again. Yet by the same token, it makes the love at which we finally arrive all the sweeter. And we should savor it, and let nothing diminish the joy it brings. Even should you taste bitter defeat, the sorrow you feel is testament to the strength of your passion. The flame that burns silently within you, perceivable only to you and you alone. There is no need to extinguish that flame. Nay, let it burn until it is spent, and one day, The ashes it leaves behind will become something more than the remnants of your pain.
Come again? Or... I understand. I think. Let's go with that one.
Haha, such are the words of a minstrel, my friend. They must be somewhat open to interpretation, that the listener is allowed to find her own meaning. But I digress. We were speaking about the battle between the warrior of light and the warrior of darkness, and such a battle it was. An exemplary subject for song. I believe I shall place the focus of the piece upon the climax of the confrontation, the better to weave an enthralling epic. The epic of two heroes, one arrayed in light, and one clad in darkness.
Scene of Sacrifice Extreme is now accessible. Nice. Okay. What's that part? Now all I need to do is just get started with this quest. I believe it is in the middle of nowhere. And if I'm not mistaken, the game is probably gonna... The story-wise, it's probably going to be a little bit weird because this does take place like back when all of the Scions were still on, like here in Northrend. So I'm thinking we might run into some of them, and some of these story beats might refer to them as either being on Northrend or maybe leaving or something, I don't know. So yeah, it might be a little bit weird. But yeah, middle of nowhere. One of the Crystarium guards is particularly relieved to have found you.
Ah, Shauna. Have you seen Rhine? She's been looking for you. Wait here. I'll go and get her.
There you are. The truth is, I need your help. Now hold on, I haven't even told you what it is yet. Ahem. After you defeated Emmett Selsh, I sensed a strange concentration of light, somewhere far to the south. In the empty, the lands that were once swallowed by the flood. I can't tell what it is, but we have to find out. For all we know, it might even be another Light Warden. But whatever it may be, I don't intend to stand by and watch. I'll... Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Then Cred, Urianger, and I have a few theories that we plan to test once we find whatever's causing this. The three of us were reluctant to ask for your help, considering everything that you've been through. The thing is, you're the only person who can defeat a Light Warden without becoming one yourself, so we have no choice. While we don't want to jump to conclusions, it would be a good idea to have you there, just in case. So, will you come with us?
Yeah. Wouldn't have it any other way. Perhaps we should let sleeping dogs lie. Nah, let's go and find out what that is. Might as well we always just jump into the danger, I guess.
Shauna. This means a lot. First of all, let's head to the Derrick in Amharine. Then Cred and Urianger should have everything ready by now.
If I remember correctly, there should be something regarding, I think it's a person you can play Triple Trial against. That I think is located up here that won't appear until we're completely done with the Eden raids, because they basically give cards related to the Eden raids. So that's also one of the reasons why I kind of want to do this. Oh yeah, I think I can actually... Okay, I'm thinking this. We can head down to where... Go... Ah, you're also already here. Nice. Alright, before I actually continue with this, I am quickly, how would... I guess just going to the lodestone. My own. Be the fastest. Because we have actually gotten a bit of an announcement here a few days ago regarding something that starts on Monday. Let me just quickly... Here. Window capture, change that one over to this. And that needs to be modified a little bit. But yeah, we now have another local tombstone event happening on Monday. Or at least starting on Monday. To adjust this a bit. Let's get there, and then do this, and let's just do this for now. Yeah, we basically have another tombstone event starting on Monday and lasting until the launch of 6.2, which people had sort of assumed might be around like the 20th of like August. Because that sort of seems to be aligned with what it usually is, but yeah, it's the same as usual. Complete challenges, which is just do a bunch of content, get tombstones and exchange them, and so on. That's the usual information, and let's see here. The ones that get the most tombstones is going to be Praetorium and Oberon Monastery. The last alliance raid in the Return to Ivalice series. So depending on what you want to do, you can either do this one, which might take longer, but might be more entertaining, or just spam Praetorium, for example, if you want to get the most per dungeon. There's also the Lighthouse, which gives 6, and Rabanastra, which gives 5. You can do front lines in order to get either 3 if you lose or 5 if you win. There is the Keeper of the Lake, Lost City of Endapor, Hulk Manor Heart, Meridianum, and also Ormvale, which each give 4. People seem to basically say that the Ormvale farm is probably still the fastest one, which is just either take 4 blue mages that have a special setup in terms of spells and attacks, or 3, then have a tank, and then you just can kind of defeat the entire thing in it's like 5-10 minutes ish. It's not a whole lot of time it takes. There's also the Ultimate Weapon trial you can do, or sample Darkhold. I don't know why this one is only 3, whereas Ormvale is 4. I don't understand that. Maybe it's because of the level, I don't know. And let's see, all of the Alpha Escape, Sigma Escape, and Delta Escape, along with the 3 trials that we have not done yet, or unlocked. That's basically part of the Ultimate Weapon trial series. They all give 2 because they are just single fight things, so they're relatively fast to do. Most of them at least. And yeah, then there's the exchange, that's the usual places. Demon Break Earring. That's the unique item from this one. Or what most people are going to go for, since you can't get it anywhere else. We got a dog flute, which I believe is something you get from, yep, Tsukuyomi's Pain. This one would actually be a pretty good idea to get if you want to get some of the dogs, because Tsukuyomi's Pain is a fucking difficult one, even at higher levels, because even if you can do a lot of damage, some of the mechanics you have to deal with are actually not that easy. So, might be a good idea to get that one from here if you can. This mount is a giant monkey that carries you around. You can buy that in the firmament for sky builders scripts or whatever they're called. This minion is from, I believe it was from one of the Eureka Fates things in there. Same style, I believe you get it from Sky Builder scripts as well. Escape Occasion Roll is from, I believe, buy it or get it. Alpha Game 3. Okay, that's the one. Basically just drops there. Ballroom Etiquette, Winsome Wallflower. That's the lean emote from Firmament. From the Bible scripts. Some time-worn maps, which basically guarantee a dungeon. So if you get some of these, they could be valuable. All of this is from a special fate, where if you do that one, you can get some. If you do that specific fate, you basically get some behemoth horns, which you can then trade in for basically several things, or grab them into a wall trophy and so on. That's the Sahagan mount. That one is the Cobalt mount. That is, I'm playing on Titans. Playing on Titan's name. Titan's mount. That is Ramus mount. This one is, I think that is Thornton's mount, and that one is, not sure about this one, that is, that's Sephiroth's mount. Got the usual platinum card, which gives, what is it again, 50,000. That one's pretty useful. You have leftover currency. Then there's a bunch of housing items, which you don't really need to. You can basically get those other ways. There's the Neo Ishgardian aiming sets. It's kind of usual riding maps for Netherlands in this case. Then there's a few cards from Orpha Triad. I think I actually have all of these, I'm not entirely sure. Then there's the Core Bureau pet, which I believe you get from Huts. Yep. 800 in the 100 Centuro seals. Yeah, that one's apparently kind of popular, but it's apparently also a bit rare. Hoglet, it's fine, I guess. 777 Whiskers, that is the Navasu B-Stripe soundtrack, and then there's the Magic Prism Job Mastery. They're not really useful. So, yeah. Most of these things up here you can probably buy, but I will say this one and this one, it's probably just easier to just buy it with the scripts. This one, maybe you can buy from this if you have enough tomestones, but that's because this one is a bit more on the expensive side. And yeah, I feel like most of these down here you don't really need to worry about, because these two you can easily farm on your own. These might be a little bit more difficult, but if you have a tank, That's like level 80. You can do it without any trouble. And of course, this one is just pretty useful. Like because it's 50,000 MGP. That is pretty good. Okay. So, let's start with green.
I hope the desert creatures didn't give you too much trouble on the way here.
I doubt they posed any sort of challenge to her. With that, I could say the same with confidence about whatever fiend may be waiting for us out there.
Also, yeah, as I said, Tancred and Orange should not be here right now for us due to the story progress. But considering when this came out, which was I think 5.01, they would have been here. So yeah, needs to think about this as in if this was right after you basically have defeated Emmett Selch and nothing else has happened.
Even if the light that Rhine sends turns out to be nothing of consequence, the empty is hardly the most welcoming of places. Anything that could survive out there is not to be trifled with. Moreover, it should be reiterated that the light-blasted wasteland poseth as severe a threat as any foe we might face. In any event, we are in agreement that this phenomenon doth warrant investigation. Though for lack of more precise means of navigation, we must needs rely on Rhine's innate abilities to guide us. I have formed several hypotheses regarding the nature of the light, but speculation is a poor substitute for first-hand observation.
There'll be plenty of time for us to talk about it on the way. Is the Sky Slipper ready, then, Cred?
Ready to take us wherever we need to go. Aye. Back again too, maybe, if we ask it nicely. Though the light hath been expunged from Norvrand, the ambient ether of the empty is still corrupted. Dangerously so, in fact.
If I'm not mistaken, this is actually a mount we can get from the Eden raids, I think. I don't know if it needs to be Savage, but it is available and it's apparently a multi-seater.
The flood of light devastated everything in its wake. The soil, the air, the water, all rendered incapable of supporting life. 'Tis due to this imbalance that the empty remaineth utterly uninhabitable, even a century thereafter. That's why we're taking every possible precaution. Between the etherometers I packed and Rhine's unique abilities, we should be able to detect and measure any fluctuations in our alignments. According to the Crystarium scouts, a few days out there won't affect us to any noticeable degree. But much longer than that, and we risk becoming sin-eaters. Since we still don't know how Chakabas and Amaro will fare in the empty, we opted for a more mechanical mode of transportation. This comes courtesy of the researchers at the Mean, who found it in the Crystal Tower and restored it to working order.
It's quite safe, I promise. The person in charge said he'll have parts delivered from the Crystarium should anything break. He seemed quite eager to see what we bring back from the empty, even though I told him we're not hunting for treasure. I'll introduce you if we have a chance to stop by Mordsuk at some point. Anyway, I think that covers everything. When you're ready to leave, just say the word.
Okay.
Well then, shall we?
Oh, part for the empty. We just leave Yoko. Going on a field trip with Tancred, Orange, and Reem.
With a name like the Empty, I wasn't expecting much in the way of pleasant scenery, but this is downright depressing. To look on the land swallowed by the flood with mine own eyes. 'Tis a chilling sight indeed. Approximately 9/10 of this world are as this. A slate all but wiped clean. Were it not for the warriors of darkness and Minphilia.
I don't know if it's self-instancing or if you can come if I add you to the party. Okay.
Rhine, are you sure we're heading in the right direction?
Yes, I'm certain. There's no telling how far away it is, though.
Nothing for it but to keep going, then. You two back there may as well take a nap. I have a feeling we've a good few malms ahead of us.
Time for a nap.
I
Yeah,
have to say, it's a touch larger than I was expecting. And is it, sleeping?
Yes, that is a four-seater mount, which I had the feeling it would probably be. So, what have we found? Oh yeah, I believe we actually saw that in the end cinematic after defeating Emmett. Empty.
No. It's waking up.
I don't like the sound of that. Is it a light warden?
No, I don't think so. Instead of being filled with light, it is light.
The first Sin Eater.
Oh.
Long have I strived to unravel the mysteries surrounding the flood of light. To discover what set that terrible cataclysm in motion. Every thread led to the same conclusion. The same single point. Or single being. I have reason to believe that the entity we see before us is the first Sin Eater. The instigator of the flood, the very foe Menphilia vanquished a century ago. She gave everything she had, and won. But this abomination could undo her work. The possibility cannot be denied. Though it is oft said that destruction and creation are but two sides of the same coin. Rhine, knowest thou of what I speak?
The power to shape reality, to bend the laws of nature. For what was once shattered may be forged anew.
That's all well and good, but don't you think we should give it a name first?
Eden.
Utopia in Fae.
Cover.
A most auspicious title.
Utopia. Fae, okay. Huh.
Now that that's settled, perhaps we should find a spot to set up camp. I even brought a couple of tents, on the off chance, but pitching the damn things is something of a fine art. Does anyone fancy helping me?
Okay. Round? Okay. I guess we can quickly try and see here if we're in a party, if we can actually see each other, or it looks like it's just separate instances. Oh well. How do you want me, as a tank or as a healer? That kind of depends on what you want to be. I honestly have no specific preference for either. I just know that I'm gonna be playing as Summoner because I'm kind of trying to get Summoner to 90 perhaps. But yeah, whichever one you feel like, you can do that. I don't see you on the map. I think it might just be like instanced for each person. You're going tank? Okay.
I never realized that putting tents up could be such a bother. Still, I'm glad that we got there in the end. Then Cred should be back from scouting the area soon. Once he's here, we can plan our next move.
During the course of your investigation, you may discover valuable artifacts. These can be exchanged for equipment by speaking with Gul Gul in Mordsuk or Yul Yal in Yulmari.
Okay. Or the core. Rhine. Waits anxiously for Tancred to return from surveying the vicinity. Separate instances you can post with your awesome acts on stream, unfortunately.
I wonder what's taking then Cred so long?
So, what has Tancred found? So he's probably gonna come back with some interesting information.
There
or
he
items.
is.
Well, that was rather uneventful. Not that I'm complaining.
Sit up and reacted, by the way. Nice.
Did you find anything?
No, thankfully. There's naught but barren plains in every direction, apart from Eden, obviously. I tried approaching it, and the brute didn't even seem to notice me. I thought it best not to tempt fate, so I withdrew.
We should act now, before it's fully awake.
Meaning what, exactly?
When I think about the flood of light, I get the feeling that rather than destroying everything in its path, what it actually did was stop the flow of ether. Of course, that meant that all of the plants, animals, and people here could no longer survive. They must have crumbled to dust in the years since. But the ether is still here, lying dormant. If Eden is the one that caused it, maybe it can get it flowing again. I don't know for certain, but I think I can use Eden to bring life back to the empty.
Ooh.
Now, hold on a moment. What makes you think that's even possible? And how do you expect to control that kind of power? Rhine's aspirations may not be as preposterous as thou dost surmise. I believe Minfilia halted the flood of light's advance not by destroying Eden, but by silencing it. And in so doing, she hath gifted us an opportunity too precious to waste. Even now, the flame of hope burns on. As Minfilia's successor, it standeth to reason that Rhine doth possess the means to exert her will over Eden. But such a monumental task is not to be taken lightly. What sayest thou, Shauna?
I mentioned this is easier said than done. It would put Ryan's life at risk. I mentioned this is easier said than done. Most likely.
Yes, you're probably right, but I have to try.
Very well, Rhine. You've made up your mind. So, how should we go about this?
I have an idea. I've been studying it carefully ever since we arrived, and it seems to me that the light is more concentrated at a certain point. I suppose you could call it the core. That giant Talos had a core too. Like a beating heart, it controlled the flow of ether. If Eden's core is the same, perhaps we could use it to restore the etheric balance?
The theory is certainly sound. By employing Ethernet shards as beacons, mayhap we could trace the ethereal flow to Eden's core, and in so doing secure the means to teleport to the very heart of the beast. Thankfully, the Settlement Council has kindly furnished us with a plethora of apparatus by which to perform such feats. However, we must needs first have Rhine study the entity's interior and chart us a suitable course. Once we have reached our destination, I shall fabricate a means by which you may directly communicate with Eden, and mayhap exert a measure of control over it.
You can really do that, Urianger?
All credit is due to a dear friend. A gentle soul long since departed who imparted to me a wealth of knowledge concerning etherology. Although I am certain she would be all too quick to chastise my methodology. Excuse me for interrupting this trip down memory lane, but I don't imagine that Eden will be too happy about us, rummaging around in its innards, for want of a better term. In all seriousness, though, I wouldn't be surprised if there is some sort of welcoming party arranged for intruders. Perhaps you had best lead the way, Shauna.
It's true that she's the only one who can defeat a Light Warden, but I'd rather not rely on her any more than we have to.
Yes, I haven't forgotten what happened when she absorbed too much light. But as Elise said, making promises you have no way of keeping is not a kindness. Now, I wish I could put down wardens myself, but the simple fact is I can't, and there's no point pretending I can. That's why I'm asking Shauna.
Then perhaps I could.
You already have a job to do, remember. The only reason this plan even has a chance of success is because of your involvement. We need you to concentrate on the task at hand, and guide us to the core. Not only that, you'll have to keep an eye on Eden itself. If we somehow manage to make it angry, get us out of there.
Are you sure you want to go through with this?
This is what I do best. Lack of independent plans, this one will have to do. This is what we do best.
I won't let you down.
Though we will remain here, Rhine and I shall do our utmost to guide thee along the ethereal stream. After thou hast breached the exterior, we shall remain in contact via these link pearls, courtesy of our comrades in the Crystarium. Being relics salvaged from the Crystal Tower, I fear they may be somewhat less reliable than those to which thou art accustomed.
I think Brett being smart about how he best protects Reen. Yep. Gate Resurrection now accessible. Okay. Okay, let's do that. And are you ready? You go. Get some water. I mean, you can quickly go and grab some water if you need to.
The teleportation apparatus hath been calibrated successfully, and I believe the probability of irreversible disintegration to be relatively low.
Irreversible disintegration, Jesus.
We're ready when you are, Shauna.
And Thancred is just over here.
I can't get this bloody thing lit. It must be because the ether has stopped flowing, just as Rhine said. Though if this plan of hers and Urianger's actually works, we might have to stop calling this place the Empty.
Okay. So you're saying you're ready? Let's queue up then. It's gonna be interesting to see how fast some of these queue times end up being, even when you're playing as a tank or healer, because it kind of depends on how many people are actually doing the Eden raids. And unlike with Alexander, I cannot solo any of this. Like, I don't have a tank that's at all high enough level to even attempt soloing it. And I think the only tank that can maybe solo this is like a warrior, perhaps. Might be faster if you were a healer. Maybe. I honestly have no idea. But it is saying that it's less than 5 minutes. Curious though, are there? If we both were healers. I mean, I should probably not be healer on like Scholar, because I am not very well versed in the Scholar healer stuff, and yeah, I'm just not good at that, to be completely honest. Ah, apparently it's a group of blue mages trying to do find and call the bomb in turn 5. Fixtures buttons for Scholar. Like, I have them set up, sort of, my buttons, but to be completely honest, I don't really know how to play Scholar that well, and it's probably one of the classes or jobs that I like the least, simply because I don't like the fact that a lot of your healing is like a lot of your healing is based around your fairy, and I don't really know how to control that one that well. You did macro up your Scholar? Okay, or Summoner. Okay, someone is trying to do some triple triad card farm here, it seems. Just kind of looking at what there's in the party finder, just like seeing what people are doing. Let's see. Sacrifice Extreme. Mountain Farm. Bring Mac. The hell does bring macro mean in this context? What? Ah. That one doesn't make any sense to me. Like, what the hell does bring macro mean? Let's see. 3 with Hades. Skip everything. High DPS. Orosite Farm. I don't know what they mean by Orosite Farm. I'm guessing there's something called something Orosite you can get from there, I guess. Unsynced Chill. Please know the fight. And just another farm one. Scare Extreme, Mount Farm. William's Pain. Sync Clear. Kane Ohashi. Triple Triad Card Farm. Nighthawk's Rage. Just I don't know, just do the fight, I guess, not a farm. World Eater. Number 49. Blue Mage Spell Farm, and also Dragon Tree Spell Farm. One thing I never really understand with some of these is that some of these spells you can just get relatively easy by just leveling up your blue mage like a bit higher. Like getting it to level 60, you can just solo World Eater and Striking Tree without any trouble. Then you just like do it a few times and get the spells. You don't heal that much with your fairy. You mostly just cycle. XCOG blending with Lust and Adloke. I mean, the fairy does just heal on its own passively, but like fully utilizing everything that Scholar has available to them, I don't know how to do that fully. Adloquium. Yeah, I know which one it is. It's basically just the heal and put a shield on your target buff or spell. I'm wondering what the hell these adventuring forays are supposed to be, because I haven't unlocked any of them yet. Gathering. What? I didn't know you could set something up like this for ocean fishing. Ah. There's Ultimate Spain, Unreal. You can actually start seeing those appear here. You mostly use the ferry as a backup peels if you're out of either flows. I feel like this less than 5 minutes thing is not entirely accurate. Because all of them heals like free. Yeah. I don't know why, but I've actually kind of been thinking of maybe starting to change up a little bit my hot bars. Not just in terms of like buttons, but more like add another bar. So I can kind of put the more like really important things there. So I can make the bar maybe a little bit bigger, because on some classes I feel like there are certain things that I just sometimes overlook when I have like a certain thing available to me. Like I think it's just that some of them don't really make any sense at the same time, but you have 4 bars, but you don't use the 6 to 9 keys. Like, my problem is that if I start using more bars, it could end up being a little bit problematic in terms of like keybinds. It's just that I'm thinking of maybe just having like another hotbar that is like, I don't know, slightly bigger. So that's I'm thinking of, for example, just that some important cooldowns, for example, could be placed there. For example, on Warrior have Raw Intuition or Bloodwetting on like that thing, so it's like I can easily see, okay, that's off cooldown, I can use that now. Things like that, but I don't fully know if I want to do that at the same time. I was kind of thinking of that with healer, like White Mage. I think I saw something with that. I was thinking about that some days ago, but I don't fully know how I would do it really. Kind of get the feeling that a lot of people are not doing Skate right now. I'm just curious, is Eden Skate even in the trial rotation? Way to check here. And see who's on your FC while wandering. Oh yeah, you can actually check that. Okay, let me see here. How do I on this page actually check the roulettes? I'm forgetting that now. Okay, let's see. Duty roulettes. Normal rates. Oh, never mind. It's got a group. Can still check. Okay, yeah. In rates are part of the normal rate roulette thingy. Okay, Eden Skate Resurrection.
Be careful. Huge amounts of ether are rushing to the core. Wait. What's that?
Eden Prime, Keeper of Knowledge. Yeah, let's see if I can actually remember how this, how the mechanics were supposed to be with this. Oh yeah, that was a tank boss that hits twice. That's gravity. That's an AoE. Poison Virtue. Okay, I do remember that. That's places like an AoE down on us, but it changes depending on when it's used, I believe. So the next time that is being used, it's gonna change. It does. Poison Virtue. That makes an AoE in the line, or blast in the line or direction that the person is looking or standing. Okay, this one I believe is just stand behind boss, because otherwise you get hit by a giant. I mean giant AoE. Dimensional shift, I believe I remember, it basically changes the entire arena. And it's basically just going to be a bunch of AoEs now. Yeah, and Pure Light is happening at the same time. We need to basically go way over there. Maximus. Okay. Okay, that's a big thing. And I see that you accidentally stepped in the out of the edge. Okay, cutscene. Okay. What? What's happening? What the fuck is happening? What the fuck? And I just used the recoil on the wrong person. Specifically myself instead of the tank. Okay, it is almost down. 10%. Just spend damage pretty much. And go. Okay, everything went dark, and now there's these things. Huh. Okay, recommendations to the tank, and we got a bunch of these things. Just read on them. Okay.
It seems that Thankard's prediction about there being some sort of guardian was right. Thankfully, it was nothing that you couldn't handle.
Yeah, are they gonna move away, or we're gonna get a cutscene due to the fact that I can turn my camera all the way around?
And I'm glad to say that you haven't absorbed any light, either. So far, so good. Now that the way is clear, the Ethernet shards can send us to the core and back whenever we need. Why don't we give them a try?
Speak with 3 the core. Okay. Ooh, well, we can actually see each other. And several people. Ooh.
Once Urianger has activated the device, it's my turn.
The time hath come, Ron.
Watch over me, Minphilia.
Is this supposed to happen? Eden is, offering considerable resistance.
Not now, not when I'm so close.
Urianger. I am unharmed, but what of Ron?
No. You listen to me.
Rhine, be careful.
Is Eden gonna start flying? Looks like it. One fell swoop. It's about
It
time.
worked. I'm in control now. I think. Although I'm now linked to Eden, I still need to figure out how to give it commands.
Pray tell, what caused it to convulse so violently?
It must have been when Eden rose into the air. I'm still struggling to stop it from drifting too far from the camp.
Even now, thou art. Rhine. What's going on?
Ah. Above us. Something's coming this way. An enemy.
But how dost thou, could it be a sin eater?
I can't see them clearly, but... No, that's impossible.
What is it?
They're inside, too. Lots of them, trying to reach the core.
Uninvited guests, if I'd known they were coming, I would have tidied the place up. Japs are a poor substitute for a viable stratagem. In that case, I suggest that you and I deal with the ones who are already inside. And Shauna can welcome our airborne adversary. Rhine, find out if Eden has any defenses we can make use of. Preferably ones that don't recognize us as the enemy.
I'm not sure about that, but I can use the ether currents to send you wherever you need to go.
That's my girl. Alright, everyone, we've got work to do.
From what I can tell, Eden is able to form simple structures by redirecting ether, so I'll try to give you something to stand on. When you're ready, head for that portal over there.
Okay. Acceptance. Eden's Gate. Descent. Now accessible. Okay. Are you ready? Or do you need to quickly do something? Otherwise, we'll just queue up for Skate. Okay. Let's see how long this is gonna take. This is small. You just sit down and wants to be at the same height as you. I'm just curious what gear are you even using right now? Oh yeah, you actually have access to like level 80 gear. I forgot about that. I completely forgot about the fact that you had already like completed Endwalker. The smallest allowable can be. I think I'm the highest that a female aura can be, so yeah, it makes sense why there's a bit of a height difference. I think it's like 2 feet 10 inches or something like that. Sounds like it would make sense. so we got a few people in here that are currently just standing around. 3 of them are queued up. 1 is AFK and 1 is currently watching a cutscene. Let's see, we got a Sage. White Mage, I'm pretty sure that is a Machinist. White Mage, I think. Yep. And Astrologian. You also had that hex that you talked about. Oh yeah, that one. Okay. Here's Pop. Just need the last healer to accept Q. Come on. On healer. The last healer is the one who's asleep. Yep. I feel like it's usually more likely that it's DPS that end up being the ones that miss Qs. Simply because, for the most part, healers and tanks just have like fast Qs. They don't need to like worry about how long it takes. I actually find it insane. I am like almost as tall as you are when you're standing and I'm sitting. I'm almost as tall as you are. I got a child sitting on my lap. Like, there's currently a head difference between us. Yeah, when it comes to like the Q timers, I feel like DPS are the most likely ones to basically miss the Q timers because they might have a thing where it just says, oh yeah, it's gonna take like 20 minutes. So they might at some point during that be like, oh yeah, it still says that there's like 10-20 minutes until the queue pops. They might go out and like, I don't know, use the bathroom or something. Gone for maybe like 5-10 minutes, thinking that it's gonna be fine, and they come back and it's just, oh, queue already popped. Child. Mine is a woman. Listen, she might be a woman, but basically every single Lalafell is kind of just seen as, I don't know, a child, I would say. I feel like that's at least how most people see them. Even though I'm actually pretty sure that we have not met a single Lalafell in the entire game so far that is actually a child. At least I think I saw a post about that, at least, that there are no Lalafell children so far we've seen. No Kral, is a very Princess Arara in Japanese. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we actually have any kid Lalafells. We only have like kid creature or kids of the other races, I think. But all things considered, I don't think we would actually see that much of a difference between. Guess there maybe would be a difference, but I feel like a child Lalafell would be like extremely small. Japanese name is also Kuru. Okay. I feel like I heard something. Oh yeah, I believe that Kryle's voice actor, I don't know if it's, I think it might be Her English voice actor is actually the singer of the song in... Oh, let's try this again. Getting the exact numbering of it. Containment Bay P1T6. I believe it's... I'm forgetting what the hell is that song called again. Yeah, basically the song that plays during that trial is apparently sung by Equilibrium. That song is apparently sung by Wild voice actor, from what I've read. You know, Final Fantasy XIV had you believing that there are no child on Lalafell spawned with adult potatoes. Yeah, you just pop out of the ground as a fully grown potato. Or as they usually refer to it as in-game, as a popoto. There's actually no... From what I understand, there's no potatoes, actually. Let me try. Potato. Yep, no result, but if I go... Popoto. There are several. There's Popoto, Popoto Set, Mountain Popoto, Russet Popoto, and Giant Popoto. I don't know why they're specifically calling it a Popoto and not a potato, but yeah. Wait. And alarmingly overgrown Popoto suitable for raising hardy Lalafells. Any Lalafells reading this may rest assured that this does not qualify as cannibalism. Oh my god. You know something about something Japanese. Oh my god, I did not know that that actually was the thing that it said. Holy shit. What is this even used for? Giant dip. Beef stroganoff. Okay. Did honestly not expect to see that in a description, just like legit Lalafells being referred to as potos. What the hell? Kind of surprising that we got a cube hop relatively fast, but now we're not getting any because it was one healer we were missing. How have we not gotten I don't know, another cube hop yet? It was one healer. Maybe there's one left. Maybe. Or maybe it could also be due to the fact that we're in a group where I feel like because of that some of the others might have been moved to a different group that's being formed. Because when we're in a group, it basically has to take into account that there's X amount of people that are trying to actually that we are both at the same time needs to be put into a group, so it might move people around, I guess. Okay, let's see. Okay. So, which one is this? Like I said earlier, I have seen most of these fights and know what's happening, but I don't fully remember all of it. Okay, it's this one. I don't really remember anything. Antithesis Manifest Void Walker. I kind of remember some of this.
Servants of the accursed light, this world is not yours to claim. By my hand, the veil between our worlds is torn open.
So there's that whole thing. Then these things spawn, which will move along the way in a direction. We need to make sure we avoid them.
Gaze into the abyss and despair.
Also, there's apparently later on an entire mechanic where it basically, I don't know what to call it, delays the mechanics a bit. So, like, there might be a stack marker where after, like, it doesn't actually trigger immediately. You think it would, but instead it takes like a few seconds before it actually like fully triggers and does the damage. You know, you're basically just getting introduced to all the different mechanics that can happen, though.
It is too late to beg forgiveness.
You're
Your
spelling
fate is
waiting
sealed.
as the thing. Okay, so basically, now these things, we will basically get this above us, and it'll basically have a countdown here where once that finishes, the effect will actually happen. So, in our case here, do damage. Now we need to make sure that we stand with this person the entire time, even after, because the damage has not been triggered yet. 3, 2, 1, and we share this damage. Now we also have a stack marker we need to deal with, where okay, the AoEs are gonna happen first.
May shadow blot out the light.
Or everything actually happens at once, but yeah.
From beyond the rim, your doom draws near.
Okay. One of our healers went off. Okay, healer's getting rest. Just gonna do this just in case. We can use basically knockback.
Your evil will not go unpunished.
Liars. Okay, here we need to make sure we actually have at least one person standing in each of these, so that these orbs don't actually move around normally. Let's do the whole stack thing. Okay, you don't actually need to move because you still have the stack marker. If that happens, we need to move out of the way. This. Or some of us need to stand in these things again. Otherwise we get a debuff. Okay, Shadow Eye is a gaze attack on one of the players. Okay, so that's a Shadow Eye on that player, and we need to look out for when that triggers. that's happening now, and there's also this AoE happening. Okay, 12%. Got a stack marker, but it's spell in waiting. Okay, managed to do it actually. Nice. And without any, or without at least a lot of deaths. I think one healer walked out, and I think Ryoko ended up getting launched out due to the knockback thing. I think that was actually the only deaths we had. Which is honestly pretty good, I think, considering first attempt. Okay, so that is 2 down. We still have 10 more raids to go before we're done with all of this. Don't know if I'll be able to do that right now,
Shauna, thank goodness you're unharmed.
though. Or if we'll be able to do it during this stream.
We came as soon as we took care of our unwanted guests. They were a stubborn bunch and quite unlike anything I've ever seen in the first. No. I won't let you. Damn the light. Damn you all.
Who is this?
Who are you? What do you want?
Why am I here? What is happening?
She's alive, but there's something strange about her ether.
She didn't seem too pleased with Rhine taking control of Eden, which may be what caused her to appear out of the blue. Beyond that, it's anyone's guess. 'Tis plain she is not a Sin Eater. Not even in part as Vothri was. Yet this knowledge does little to assuage my fears, for she is nonetheless possessed of a power most terrible. On the other hand, if she's feeling cooperative, she might be able to tell us more about Eden. I'll keep an eye on her until she wakes up. There's no telling what will happen when she does, but I'll make it clear that we mean her no harm. Well, no further harm, at the very least.
Yeah. It kind of beat her up a bit during this.
Obviously, it's not a good idea to bring her inside Eden. It's likely that reaching the core was her aim from the outset, so I'll take her to the camp.
Yep, we definitely bonked her.
Now that things have settled down, I should get back inside and try strengthening my link to Eden.
talked to her quite a few times with several different things. Magic, axes, a bunch of different weapons.
Although I had my hands full trying to control Eden, I caught a glimpse of your battle. That power. I've never seen anything like it.
What thou witnessed was the tearing of the very fabric of reality, the creation of a rift through which voidsent may enter. But pray tell, Rhine, didst thou make any other observations?
Swamps. Yep.
I couldn't sense any light at all in that girl or her servants. And I can't really explain how, but she reminded me of Emmett Selsh.
Though I think it unlikely that she is an Asian, she may yet be thrall to Zodiark.
Maybe we'll be able to find out more once she's woken up. In the meantime, I'll try to improve my control over Eden.
Gunblades. Gunblades. Yep. That's actually a pretty fun thing you can call the era. Gunblade means just bunblades. Or I guess you could also just call them bunblades.
It seems to be listening more than before, instead of screaming at me like it was in the beginning. And that's not all. I've made an exciting discovery.
Nor any drop to drink. Rains nearly combined with Eden's core has led to a surprising discovery. Hey.
I feel a lot more confident in my ability to control Eden now. Of course, this is only the beginning.
And we shall accompany thee wheresoever this path may lead. But pray tell, what manner of discovery hast thou made?
I understand how Eden's power works.
And therefore the true nature of the flood of light?
Yes. It affected the balance of all of the ether in the empty, shifting it so far towards the umbral that it stopped flowing altogether.
The power to tip the scales.
And to tip them back again. That's what Eden does. It controls the balance of ether over a wide area, forcing it from one alignment to the other. Left alone, it still poses a threat, but if I can harness its power, I think I could use it to breathe life back into the empty. The trouble is, I haven't the foggiest idea of where to start. And if I go about this the wrong way, I'll do more harm than good.
Thou needst not bear this burden alone, Rhine. Nor should thou. 'Tis no simple matter of awakening that which lies dormant. All things in nature are inextricably linked. The elements maintain a fragile harmony, without which, life cannot prosper.
So, what should we do?
A solution hath begun to take shape in my mind, though it will require further discussion. For the time being, let us return to the camp. 'Twould be remiss of us not to involve then Cred.
Okay. Back to the camp then, I guess. Yep, back to the empty. Wondering if we're actually gonna get more stuff here in the empty area, or if there's that can like upgrade the area in any way.
My friends, I believe I have struck upon a method by which we may see this world restored. Urianger, before you go any further, allow me to make a potentially very long story slightly shorter. The plan is to control Eden and realign the ether of the empty, right? In essence, yes. However, unleashing elemental energies haphazardly will not suffice. In addition, the empty is unfathomably vast. Were we only able to effect change over one small region at a time, it would take many lifetimes to complete even a fraction of our task. Instead, our energies would be better spent revitalizing each element in order that we might set in motion a more widespread transformation.
One at a time. I hate to say this, but I don't think Eden will be able to draw out a single element without affecting the others.
For that very reason, we shall select a location in which the ambient ether we wish to restore is at its most potent. Even in a dormant state, certain elements will be more prevalent and therefore more easily manipulated. Then, we rebalance the ether and return it to the land, whereupon it shall be borne on ethereal currents to the farthest reaches of the empty. But what's to prevent that element from breaking free of Eden's hold and causing a disaster of some sort? It must needs be contained. The question is, how? Shauna, indulge me a moment if thou wouldst. Pray imagine a corporeal manifestation of each of the individual elements. What dost thou see in thy mind's eye?
Primals. Surely not Moogles? Not Moogles. I'm thinking more like Earth, Titan, Fire, Ifrit, Wind, Garuda, so on. Just go with surely not.
Mayhap thou art afeard to utter the fateful word. For to even speak the name primal is to invite misfortune. Though invited we must. As the ether is drawn forth and realigned by Eden, we shall perform a summoning as Master Loso once did on the fields of Cartino.
I'm a summoner, true.
As one who hath laid low countless primals, thy memories will shape the ether into a deiform entity, which must subsequently be dispersed in the traditional fashion.
So, defeat it, in other words. But is that even possible?
Break my fast on primals. It's either that or being torn to shreds. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure I can break my fast on primals.
Lest thou forget, 'twill be no more than an approximation of a foe thou hast previously bested. I have every confidence in thine abilities, Shauna. As do I, though it might help to have some idea of what you will be up against. Have you decided which element to tackle first? I propose water, the source of all life. As for the location, an area to the west of Norvrend was once home to the world's deepest ocean. Alas, the flood of light reduced it to a yawning chasm.
So I'm guessing Leviathan.
Water. Yes, that seems like a good choice. I'll see if Eden can take us where we need to go.
And I shall prepare for the summoning. Then Cred, wouldst thou keep watch over our enigmatic antagonist? She may have vital information to impart. In the event that she becometh agitated, thou mayest have need to restrain her. Someone's got to do it, I suppose. I'll be praying for your success while I wait here, twiddling my thumbs.
What are we going to do? Such a bad pun.
Still, I must say I don't envy you being caught up in yet another one of Urianger's madcap schemes.
It's quite wet.
Though, come to think of it, if the creature you must fight is born from your own memories and imagination, why don't you try thinking of something a bit tamer than the primals you fought in the past? Perhaps that's not how it works. Anyway, best of luck.
Okay, so I kind of already knew that we were going to be fighting primals, because I kind of know that there are like remixes of certain primals, like soundtracks, like Eden versions. Didn't really know why we would be fighting primals, so good to know we are actually getting an explanation for that.
Eden seems to be responding well to my instructions, so we should reach our destination in no time at all.
Okay.
Alright, this is the place. I'll see if I can draw out the water aspect's ether. The rest is up to you, Shauna.
Memories of Leviathan come flooding back.
Skate. I have no idea how that was pronounced. What did that say? Alright. Sure. Go ahead and take a small break then. Let's see, what is this called again? Skate Inundation. Hey. To recall upon your memories of the dread Leviathan, the raging fury of the deluge begins to take form. Or about the lovely noise that's happening. That's my water bottle. Nice, as per usual. It's noisy as hell. I got kind of curious, did I get any XP when defeated the boss? I do get like 100,000 something XP, but that is not a lot. It is not a lot of XP we're getting. At least a lot less than I expected. I feel like I'm gonna have a bit of a I don't know, kind of a lot of stuff that I need to do starting on Monday probably, because I want to basically farm a ton of the things for the next Moogle event, and at the same time I also need to start really making an effort to actually get where do I find that stuff again? The profile series. I still really want to get some progress on the PvP series, because I at least want to get down to this one, so I can get Archfiend attire, because I kind of want to get that. The only problem is just that I haven't done a whole lot of this stuff. So, right back. But I will queue us up for Inundation. I'm kind of curious. Is there a calculator? This. So there is apparently an online calculator that someone has made. Let's see. I'm level 8. I want to reach level 25. How much XP do I have? What do we need the math for? I'm currently trying to figure out how many fights I might need, or how much XP I need in order to basically reach the next, or level 25 in terms of Mom Stones for the series, because I kind of want to get that, just so I can get all of the big rewards. I just don't know how much it's gonna take, so I'm kind of just trying to use an online calculator that I found. Okay, so I got apparently 89,800 XP in order to get to level 25 in that. Which means I need to either win 100 matches in Crystalline Conflict, lose 129 matches in Crystalline Conflict, win first place in 60 frontline matches, win second place in 72 frontline matches, or win third place in 90 frontline matches. Which means it's still just going to be Crystalline Conflict. That's going to be the fastest, as far as I understand. Due to the fact that each Crystalline Conflict match is like what, 5-6 minutes-ish. So let's see if we I'm trying to actually calculate that a little bit more. If, let's say, I lose every single match, that's 129. And each Crystalline Conflict match is around, let's say, 6 minutes-ish. That's usually how long they can, at least, at most be. That's 747. Oh no, 774 minutes. If we then divide that by 60, that means that is, if I'm not mistaken, that is 12.9 hours, it seems. Does that mean, or almost 13 hours? That means if I just if I can in theory do enough matches, let's see, basically if I do enough matches just in 1 hour to where it basically equals like what, 1/13 of the amount of matches that I need to do, then I can basically get that in 13 days. Got around 30 days to basically finish up the Limestone series. Okay, the platform and Orator of the World, Leviathan. Now it has 2 heads.
Rise, oceans. Swallow this forsaken land.
Silent Roar, that's like the AoE. Yep. Rip Currents. Okay, that basically just focuses on the person with that thing above their head. Temporary current. Out of the way of that. Urgent bullets. That's just a bunch of AoEs, a bunch of people, and a bunch of us. More AoE. Rip Currents. Down to 70%. Oh yeah, that thing.
All shall crumble before me.
Undersea. Wait, okay, so don't stand in front of that. That destroys the platforms.
Shauna. I'll use Eden's power. This should hold for now, but be careful.
Okay, and more platforms.
Surge, tides, crush, waves. Let none be spared.
Spare phase 2. Okay, so someone has that thing. I'm just gonna... Okay, that did not work. Okay, so we all got some different things. Special orders, and then we got more AoE, or knockback.
Your course shall feed the vortex.
Okay, so I believe... Right. Latin basically just spawns one of those things there, and these things that grow don't stand in this path, and also don't stand near those orbs, because that just is gonna hurt. Tidal wave. And we just lost the healer, I believe. Oh, and obviously Quake, and I made it.
Not again.
That time. Good.
Hold on, I'll try to rebuild it.
Oh, and I just noticed we don't have any healers. Okay, time to try and risk. Okay, I am not gonna risk that. Okay, but I think I missed something because I just died there. I didn't notice it.
Not again.
Stand in the middle, rather.
Hold on, I'll try to rebuild it. Too stubborn to accept your fate, too blind to see you are doomed.
I'm gonna have that knockback thingy. I bet. Okay, but didn't matter. Could probably got a bit better with the racing, because Yeah, I didn't notice that all of our healers were dead. So it was a bit too late, I would say. And our red mage apparently didn't start resting until someone started messaging it in the chat. So yeah, could have gone better, but at least we still won.
That was incredible. Is that what a primal looks like? Oh, not quite the same, then. But why is that?
The Leviathan of the Source was summoned by the Sahagin, to whom he was no less than a god. Without their faith, the deiform entity that we brought into existence differed on a fundamental level, though it was no less formidable. The manifestation relied upon Shauna's experiences of Leviathan, and may have been influenced by recollections of other water aspect beings, leading to further discrepancies.
Memories brought to life. But I still can't tell if our plan actually worked. We'll just have to wait and see, I guess.
How goes it?
Yep, thank Brit.
If you've finished slaying your primal, or whatever it is, I suggest you get back here on the double. There's something you ought to see.
Okay. Is it that the water has appeared, or has the girl woken up?
What could that be?
Evidently, our only recourse is to return to our base of operations forthwith.
But rest macro if I wanted. I think I'm just gonna stick with what I currently have. I basically have a macro that basically tries using all of the rest spells, but just so that I don't need to have the rest spell for every class or job out on their own hotbars, and then I can just like do swift cast and then just rest that thing. The only thing is just I can't bind it to anything like an actual hotkey.
Shauna, look.
This one will manage targeting as well and swift casting. Hey. So, oh, a water crystal or water aspect crystal and just water in general.
By the 12's good grace. 'Tis a marvel to behold.
I never thought that a whole lake would suddenly appear like this. And we're just getting started. I only hope the burden is not too much for you, Shauna.
So to rest someone, it just picks the first dead person on the list, or if you have a near targeted. Okay. Don't know about the whole how the whole like targeting the first person works, but I'm guessing that for this you would just I don't know. We just do like the swift cast part would just probably be that, and then I'm getting it. Do I need a specific thing for action? Nope, I think it's just It's just Swift Cast. Just right. Cast, so that should just invalid targets. I spell Swift Cast incorrectly. Ah. There we go. Don't know about the wait 1 second one. If that is necessary. Huh. Name into the field. Okay, didn't actually know that's it. Actually, now that I think about it, I did find out about that because you can also just do that like that's for some reason it just goes with Aether Charge. Oh, but I guess that's because that's the base name of the spell. So I'm guessing to just see placeholders. Don't exactly know how to do the whole thing with like the list then. I can also do that, it seems. So let me just quickly do action error. That should invalid targets, but doesn't complain about Swiftcast being on cooldown, and you DM'd it to me. Okay. So that's how it is. To change the spell from Resurrection to whatever class you're on. Okay. The thing is just that I don't think I can use that in the way that I've done it here, because this one was just supposed to be a like universal just res macro in a way, so it's just like I could just have that one and it would just use any of the raise or resurrection things like arrays at J-Row, Ascend, and so on. But I can't use it that way when it comes to if I want to do it on the like playlist. Basically, I wanted to do this thing instead of having all of the raises, because it ended up being a little bit of like button bloat. Some of them, because I feel like some classes get a lot of spells. Yeah, I guess I could just modify these. All the ones that can heal, or all the ones that can rest, and just place it here, because to be honest, sometimes I have also had a little bit of trouble actually making sure that I hit this one. So I guess I could got that one there. Place that there, and see, what is the Resurrection spell for... okay, that's resurrection. Do that. You don't have any weight things, it seems. Just have with targets, and then one with the numbers go down. I think I might have added one too many. Oh, actually, it didn't add too many. Now we'll basically just do swift cast. Guess maybe I could. Yeah, I should maybe also. What's that command again? I can just check over here. That is that one. That's. And of course I can just do that. There we go. Still kind of wish that you could actually make it also show the like tooltip when you do macros, but eh. And then I guess I'll really quickly paste this one a few times. Let's see, I need. I'm forgetting this Scholar's Call. Is that also just? Yep, that's also just Resurrection. That means we have 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's just. Is it just 4? Yep, I guess just 4 of them. Oh. I guess I'll just change the other ones at a later point. It's just 4 macros I would need. Yeah, probably. So I'll just switch those around. Okay, super seismic. I'm getting that might be the Earth. Either we're dealing with. Ria and Orange are considering the next step in the plan to reclaim the empty.
I think this proves that the water aspect ether is no longer lying dormant. So, which element should we realign next, Urianger?
I propose Earth. Should we succeed in returning the soil's life-giving energy, the empty shall become capable of supporting the growth of flora.
Imagine that. Forests in the empty.
What an ethical topic.
But before we begin, I'd like to know how that girl is doing.
I don't know how to say the thing that you wrote in the chat. Just. And I'm guessing it's supposed to be like Earth that you kind of wrote, but not really. Like Earth and Ether. I don't know.
Still sound asleep. She didn't so much as stir even when I took her helmet off. I thought it might be getting a bit stuffy in there, and I was curious to know what sort of person we're dealing with. She seems surprisingly normal, not at all like your usual void scent. I'd say she's around the same age as you, Rhine, perhaps a little older.
Well, whoever she is, we should let her rest while we concentrate on the task at hand.
As much as I'd love to go with you, I'd best stay here in case she wakes up and is feeling less than cooperative. And while I wait here wishing I had something to read, my thoughts will be with you as you fly off to face the next opponent.
Ethical, I don't know how to spell. Ring's new girlfriend? Maybe, or just friend? Who knows?
It must be a strange feeling to bring something into existence through your own willpower, only to slay it immediately after. I almost feel sorry for the poor things. All the same, I wish you luck.
If all goes well, he won't be waiting for long. The sooner we get this over with, the sooner we can see the results.
Separated them so it's a girl who is a friend. I mean, you could also just say friend.
Now, before we embark on our journey, there is one question I feel I should ask. Where are we going?
I would suggest a certain region that lieth east of Norvrand, which was once home to the great Mount Atlas. And for the Earth aspect primal we wish to invoke, what could be a more fitting choice than Titan?
I don't think I've heard of that one. What's it like?
He is worshipped by the kobolds, the landslides, the landslides, the landslides.
It seems like you had a rather traumatic experience.
Oh yeah. That's the thing that is not fun, especially back in the day when you couldn't resurrect people throughout the platform.
But if our last battle is anything to go by, this one will be different from the Titan that Shauna remembers, yes?
Twould be wise to consider the two as entirely separate beings. As such, thou must needs conceive new stratagems if thou art to triumph in the battle to come. Past experience will avail thee naught, I fear.
All right, Shauna. Once you're ready, we'll be on our way. It took a while, but we finally arrived. Ready, Shauna?
Memories of Titan come tumbling back.
Inskate, Sepulchre, or maybe it wasn't Sepulchre it actually said. Wasn't it said? Sepulchre. Yes. Like girlfriend is one concept and girlfriend is technically me describing the girl, or is it describing friend? I don't know. That's how English works apparently. But you know how for sure. Okay. Up. This is less than 5 minutes. Let's see if that's true. Also, I've broken up the ice in my water bottle, so it might be a very noisy when I'm trying to like get some of the ice out. Some of the pieces are not that small. Oh, quite a while. Oh, that's gold. I don't know if it's actually audible, but from what I can see on Discord or from in OBS, it seems like it's picking me up, basically crunching on the ice. I don't know how audible it actually is, but it seemed like it went up a decent amount on the, I don't know, in the audio mixer. You can hear it. Okay. No, Sinus lost some weight. Territory of cracks. So
From the heart of the mountain,
this
I
one
rise.
has a lot of stuff with the shockwaves, apparently. Need to be looking out for. And there's also some of the bombs from the original pack. Okay, so this one basically makes it so that there's an explosion and then it basically just moves out and you need to move inward basically, and this one is just don't stand on the glowing platforms. Stone Crusher, I don't remember that one. That's just a yeah, attack on tank. That's bomb, and we need to move to the one that is not glowing. Geo Crush, stand close, you hopefully don't get
Tempered
shot.
in the flows of the mountain's core, my rage is eternal. There is no salvation for the sons of man.
Oh. I think we all died there. Everyone except for Dancer. I don't remember how that one worked. Like how that mechanic works. Okay, I guess we were supposed to like
From
move
the
all
heart
the
of
way
the
up to
mountain,
where he
I
was.
rise.
I missed that one up almost, I guess. I just didn't realize it was gonna like be a knockback one. And this fight has a lot of making sure you move around to the right place. So you don't get either knocked off or just take a bunch of damage.
Tempered in the flows of the mountain's core, my rage is eternal.
So I guess
There is no salvation for the sons of man.
stand. Oh, that's not the right place to stand either. Oh, we're supposed to stand in front of him. Yes, that's the problem. We need to stand in front of him because then I just noticed this time there's a blue bar afterwards. That's the aftershocks. that we then need to dodge. Here we need to make sure we don't stand close to the big one, but still don't stand right on top of one of the other bombs.
I am unbreakable, unstoppable.
Okay, there's the
I shall
XIV
grind you
base
to
apparently.
dust, mortal.
You need to make sure you stand on the right side so you don't get knocked off.
Your fleeting, meaningless existence ends here. Bow down, overdweller.
Build deals damage over time apparently. Okay, bomb bombs. Stands where the last ones were dropped. So that once the little ones explode, they move into theirs area. So the land. Okay, I did not do that correctly. I also didn't really know how to figure that one. Stone Crusher. It's the tank. Okay, stand in front of the boss this time. Then move out of the way. Oh, and also upward and slide. Stay there. Jesus Christ, this is a little bit confusing. Okay, 10% left-ish. Stand where the bombs drop last. Out of the way. There we go. Paradise found 1. Thanks. Eden's Gate complete. Nice. Ooh, and there's a map or a minion. Still kind of wish that you could just like press create or need and it would just like select the next item for you instead of having to be like, okay, select the item, pick what I want to do, select the next item, pick what I want to do. Just be faster.
Welcome back. You must be exhausted. For a creature made of rock, he was a lot more agile than I was expecting. I wonder, was the Titan of your world a tough opponent too?
So he was actually, this type was actually tougher than the original one. He never stood a chance against me. Yes, if I put 1 foot wrong, I would have fallen to my doom. Let's go with that one.
So all it would have taken is a momentary lapse of concentration? I don't like the sound of that.
It was harder than we remember. True. Especially the first time you go in. And especially on extreme when you're going synced. The thing is just, I've just been doing him on, like, unsynced. So, my perception of OG Titan is just not that difficult.
But more importantly, you've defeated another elemental being, which means we're a step closer to reclaiming the empty. I can't wait to see how much of a difference we've made this time.
Also, I just spilled some water down myself because I was trying to drink out of my water bottle. And apparently I was doing it in a slightly weird way, so it just kind of went all over myself.
Did we really do all of this?
Okay, there's more Earth. Around, or at least it's not white anymore.
It would appear that balance has returned to the element of Earth. And yet, the transformation hath affected only the immediate vicinity, whereas the lands beyond this lake doth remain unchanged. 'Tis passing strange, indeed.
I've been in Titan Extreme for over 3 hours trying to get that climb for a friend. Which climb is it exactly you were trying to get?
Did we do something wrong?
Though this falleth short of the outcome I had envisioned, 'tis plain our efforts were not in vain. Mayhap this localized phenomenon is the result of an intersection of ethereal currents. Therefore, it is reasonable to assume that similar locations in the empty hath undergone comparable alterations.
Then the ether will spread out from these points to cover the rest of.
Rhine.
Okay. The next piece of the puzzle. It appears to have been overcome by exhaustion. Well, you said glam, but it was more for the prestige of having a stream where done it synced. Ah. Okay.
It's nothing.
That didn't look like nothing to me. You'd better lie down for a while.
No, really, I'm fine. Anyway, we've still got work to do.
Nay, then cred hath the right of it. 'Twould be unwise to exert thyself overmuch.
I appreciate your concern, but I do wish you'd stop fussing.
Rhine, thou knowest not the strain thou dost place on thyself. Though the elements of water and earth hath been restored, continued exposure to the empty stagnant ether may yet sap thee of thy remaining strength.
Now that you mention it, I've been feeling a bit out of sorts ever since we got here. I should probably get away from the empty and rest for a while.
Pray do so. Meanwhile, I shall remain here. The restoration of the first two elements hath produced unexpected results, and I require time to analyze our findings. However, I must ask thee to refrain from discussing our work in the empty, even with our closest comrades.
Why? I thought they'd welcome the news.
And indeed they shall, once we have more to show for our efforts. Nevertheless, this mission is one of surpassing danger. I am loath to place our dearest friends at risk unless absolutely necessary.
You have their best interests at heart, I'm sure. But to be perfectly honest, I'd prefer not to keep secrets from people that I trust with my life. I don't want to make a habit of this, but I'll do as you ask.
It seems to me that Rhine isn't the only one who would benefit from a change of scenery. Our sleeping beauty would likely fare better in more hospitable surroundings. We'll need to have our associates from the Christorium organize a safe place for her to stay. If you and Shauna could go on ahead and have a word with them in Mordsuk, we'll catch up with you once Urianger has finished, whatever it is he needs to do. Perhaps thou, too, shouldst accompany her on the return journey. I dare say she would be glad of thy presence. No. Not this time. She's come such a long way since we first met, and I worry that relying on me too much will only hold her back. We won't be staying in the first forever. The time will come for Rhine and I to part ways, and for her to follow her own path. I know you understand this too, Urianger. I see you trying to pass on as much of your knowledge as possible while you still can. And to her credit, she's actually taking most of it in. Rhine is possessed of a natural affinity for etherology, unlike some who shall remain unnamed. A natural affinity for staying awake during your lectures, more like. Though, come to think of it, she doesn't really take after me at all. However, like thee, she is predisposed to brooding in silence in lieu of voicing her concerns. Says the master of keeping his cards close to his chest. Anyway, Shauna, you'd better take the sky slipper with Rhine. It's true that she's been through a lot lately, but so have you. We'll need you ready for the challenges that lie ahead, so go on and get some rest. We shall await news of thy safe arrival in Amharing.
Speak with Ring.
It seemed like you were all having quite a serious discussion. I hope I haven't given you any cause for concern. Well, if you say so. I probably shouldn't stay in the empty any longer than necessary, though. So, do you want to take first shift piloting, or shall I?
And we just arrived back here. Okay.
Phew. I'm glad I had you there to keep me company. I've no idea how I would have passed the time otherwise. Now that we're here, I need to find our contact from the Christorium. But before that, I was hoping I could have a word with you. Something's been on my mind. This might not be the best place for it, though. Those creatures over there look a bit hungry.
Okay.
When I first spoke to then Cred and Urianger about what I'd sensed in the empty, part of me wished we could have just left it alone. I guess I was scared of what we'd find. But now that we've found Eden, I know that I made the right choice. And if I'd given in to my fear, I probably would have spent the rest of my life wondering what might have been. From now on, whenever I hear that voice inside telling me to run away, to hide, I won't listen. That's not who I am anymore. Even so, all the courage in the world is not going to help me decide what we should do with that girl when she wakes up. Do you remember what she said right before she passed out? Why am I here? What is happening? What if she's being controlled or forced to act against her will? Whatever the case, it's clear that she's not a monster, she's a person, like you or me. Obviously, she knows something about Eden, and we need all the information we can get. But more than that, I just want to talk to her, to find out who she is and if there's anything we can do to help her. On the other hand, we mustn't forget that she's already attacked us once. What's to say she won't try it again when she wakes up? If she keeps us from reclaiming the empty, it will be all my fault. It's no good, I can't make up my mind. What do you think we should do, Shauna?
If Alvino was here, he'll talk things through with her. Even Emmett Selch had his reasons, we should at least hear her out. There's not much we can do until she wakes. She's awake. Let's go with the Alvino one.
Yes, like that time in Yulmari. Even when confronting Vothri, he tried his hardest to find a peaceful solution. Hopefully, she'll be a bit more willing to listen.
Oh.
Until then, I'll try to concentrate on the here and now. Speaking of which, I still need to see to Urianger's errands. The people we're on our way to meet lent us the Sky Slipper and most of the apparatus we've been using. And since we've been sworn to secrecy, I assume the same applies to them and their colleagues. Anyway, once that's over with, we can find a place to relax.
Okay. Okay. We're in Mortsuk. I think that's what the place is called, right? Yep, Mortsuk. And there's Reen.
Now that we're here, allow me to introduce you to two members of our inner circle, or whatever you want to call it. That's Ghoul Ghoul, who's interested in trading for any relics we find in the empty. Apparently, he mostly deals in exotic weapons and whatnot, but he's agreed to keep us supplied with whatever else we can't get from the Crystarium. Now, the ones we came to meet should be around here somewhere.
Ah, Rhine. What a relief it is to see you returned unharmed from your expedition.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. We were gone a bit longer than we expected. Shauna, I'd like you to meet Lori.
It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As representative of the Settlement Council, I am here to oversee the delivery of equipment deemed necessary to your mission. I will be on hand to provide any assistance you may require.
Okay.
Actually, there's something we'd like you to take care of. It's probably best not to talk about it in the middle of the market, though. I'll take it from here, Shauna. You should get some rest. But before you go, I'd like to thank you for everything you've done. We still have a long road ahead of us, but if we give it our all, there's nothing we can't handle.
Okay, so we get those. And then we also get some of these. Let's go with spell speed. cutscene.
I see.
I have to say, I kind of wish that they actually would do voice acting for the raids and like, just some of the more, I don't know, big side content. Like the raids, the like both Alliance and just 8-man raids. Maybe the trials, if there's like quest lines for those, because they still have like a lot of content that would actually be interesting if it was voice acted instead of it just being like not voice acted. But yeah. Probably too expensive? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, it's probably a bit too expensive. Plus, then they need to like get the talent to actually read it, and it's probably just a bit more of a hassle considering that when they're doing like the MSQs, they probably get all of it recorded like in one fell swoop because I'm assuming that like an entire expansion's story in all, including all of the patches, is probably already like planned out before it even releases. I'm thinking, or at least like most of it is probably like planned so they can probably, when they get the talent in to record the like main MSQ dialogue, they can probably also get them to like record all of the patch stuff at the same time. And then only if they do like smaller changes they can like get some of them in with like smaller recordings. So at least that's what I'm thinking, because then it's just like less of a hassle to like constantly get them to come in like every few months after the expansion releases. So I think that's maybe how they do it.
Though it is mere supposition, it would behoove us to proceed with caution. Moreover, I would refrain from discussing the matter with Rhine and Shauna until we know more.
Discuss what?
Well, I appreciate you telling me, even if it is too soon to be sure. I'm the one watching over her, after all.
Regarding the girl?
The Oracle of Darkness.
Huh? Oracle of Darkness?
I pray it is not true.
What? Hey. We got 2 quests. And we also got this guy sells inverse or in-gate verse and promise seek and apocrypha stuff. It's more like Oracle of Dankness. Assuming that antique is, yep, that's the stuff that we can get. How does the caster set actually look? Doesn't look half bad, to be honest. Here's is the... Okay, the healer stuff is actually different as well. Nice. Okay, so tank. This. Kind of want to just and see what each of these armor sets looks like. Okay, tank is... Nope, it doesn't have any visor thing. Aiming, that's a weird helmet. That's the Dragoon and Reaper outfit. Gotta say, that helmet is not one that I really like. It's... Why is that giving... This helmet is giving me kind of vibes from... Berserk. I believe it's Griffith that has a helmet that looks like this. I haven't read Berserk, but from what I've seen, it kind of gives me that vibe. Let's see, what about the samurai and monk outfit? I will say the dress I like. He's part of the rest. See the scouting outfits. Like, doesn't look bad, but I feel like scouting, it doesn't really make any sense. But I guess in the MT it kind of makes sense for it to be white, but otherwise much. And then there's aiming sets. Still don't really like that helmet, to be honest. And I'm guessing the Apocrypha stuff is, yep, that's the Savage stuff. Curious, how do these weapons look? That's a weird axe. I was like, handle, and then that goes like sideways. What? Okay. Okay, that's actually not some... Those monk weapons aren't actually that bad. Like sometimes monk weapons can look kind of silly, but these aren't that bad, to be honest. Yes, this is just a normal katana with just the sheath being kind of unique. Oh, it actually is a different blade, or at least a colored one. That's at least nice. That's different. What about other weapons? How do you prefer your axe? Two-headed or one-headed? Yep. Okay, the knives I'm kind of like, or the rogue weapons, don't really know about those. Oh, hold on. Answer sideways. Yeah. I'd say this one actually looks pretty interesting because it has like several musical components. Like that kind of gives me like, I don't know, piano vibes. It has several strings around the place. And it has this thing which kind of looks like a harp. Stuff. This is actually a pretty nice weapon, to be honest. What about the machinist? Wait, hold. Why is that all the way up there? I feel like on a gun, this would usually be like up here. Because if I'm not mistaken, the way that this gun would work is you pull the trigger, this thing, I guess, goes back and then forward and then has a long ass thing here that basically like then hits and makes the gun shoot. Except as far as I can see, it doesn't line up because this thing, from what I can see, try putting it on the back. If I'm watching this correctly, this, I'm assuming this is like the thing that actually makes it shoot, like the, I don't know what to call it, the hammer, whatever. Would basically have to go through here, hit it here. The thing is just that that would make this part shoot. Like the bottom barrel, but it's supposed to shoot the top one. But it doesn't line up with that. What? And that's just normal as rings. And oh, that's actually cool. It opens up and has a small effect. Nice. Book of Grace. Okay, that also has a small effect. And rapier. This opens up, and that's about it. Cane. It's just feathers. Word of Grace. Doesn't have any effect. And just kind of a normal one. I'm curious. You have
Greetings, Shauna. How might I be of service?
This probably unlocks Savage, I'm guessing. I would not be surprised if that was the case.
Information regarding the work being carried out in the empty is treated with the utmost secrecy. To avoid it falling into the wrong hands, we limit the keeping of records and such to the bare minimum. Having said that, it does become rather difficult to keep track of the supplies that we deliver, so I have asked Ryan to provide reports on your activities. The first such report will cover the time from your arrival in the empty to your battle with Titan. Though, truth be told, I cannot help feeling that this was rather a large burden to place on Ryan. No doubt she has enough on her plate as it is.
Ori, I did what you asked. Ah, Shauna. Just the person I was hoping to see.
Oh, is that so? Well, before we go any further, please allow me to take receipt of the report. And I hope you do not think it impertinent of me to ask, but what business might you have with Shauna?
Actually, I've brought something to show you.
Okay, and what isn't you have?
Then Kred and Urianger brought this back from Eden's core. If you look closely, you can see images of your battles in the empty. Urianger seems to think they are Eden's memories, captured in crystal form. Would you like to see?
Assume this is Savage unlocking.
As you gaze into the crystal, visions of previous struggles race through your mind, with an intensity that far exceeds anything you have experienced. What's wrong? Different from how you remember it? How odd. What could cause Eden's memories to become so distorted?
Well, we've been extracting and realigning enormous amounts of ether. Maybe that affected the crystal in some way?
Even so, I expect that we can find a use for this extraordinary artifact.
I think I have an idea. Although it shows images of things that never actually happened, studying them may help us to prepare for the challenges we'll face in the future. Speaking of studying, Urianger's given me a few tomes to read through before our next expedition. I'd best get back to it, but I'll be seeing you again soon.
It's Savage unlock. Skate, Savage. Yep. And that must mean that the other guy is who's the person that is gonna do the quest. Galford. Yep. Away with the ferry.
Ah, there you are. I'm part of the team helping with the ADA, I mean, highly classified and very, very secret thing.
I'm actually kind of unsure about something. Is this patch 4 or 5.4? Or 5.2 or 5.3? I don't know. Let me quickly check here. 5.2. Yep. This is 5.2. The 6th place in.
The fact of the matter is, I've come to inform you of a rather interesting development. It's about the girl who was brought back from the empty. She's finally woken up, you see.
Okay.
Yal Fort. And Shauna, too. We heard the news from Thancred. Is it true?
Why yes, it most certainly is. Apparently, her name is Gaia. She claims to be a free citizen of Yulmari, although she remembers nothing of the events leading up to her attack on Eden.
Okay, Gaia.
She's lost her memory.
Parts of it, at the very least. We also cannot be sure whether she's telling the truth or if it's merely a ruse. She's yet to display any hostility, which is encouraging, I suppose.
And Thancred's with her now, is he?
Yes. He's taken her to Yulmari, mainly to verify what she's told us so far. Quiz the locals, that sort of thing. After that, the plan is to come back here, though they're taking rather longer than I'd anticipated. I do hope nothing is amiss.
This will maybe go and check on them. Or maybe they'll arrive now.
Good grief. Are you always this slow? At this rate, it'll be dark again before we know it. The night sky returning is all well and good, but it does make each day seem awfully short. And are you still dragging your heels back there? At least act as if you've got a purpose, would you?
Got a goth girl? Goth girl?
Now look here, I'm not one of your servants. Why don't you try carrying your own luggage for a change?
Thancred. You're back.
You lot are a sight for sore eyes. Yes, even you, Urianger. Gaia and I have just finished shipping her personal effects from Yulmari.
I'm glad we could finally meet. Properly, I mean.
This woman, you're gonna throw her off the top of even at this rate.
So, did you learn anything useful?
I'm assuming that to begin with they're probably gonna make her a bit annoying, but then maybe by the end make her likable? I'm guessing?
Other than where she lives, not an awful lot. Her supposed neighbors barely knew the first thing about her. Hells, she barely knows the first thing about herself. Her recollection of her life in Yulmari is patchy at best. But she seems convinced that she'll regain her memory if she accompanies us, and so she invited herself to join our merry band. And for her first act, she ordered me to carry her luggage. If you insist on standing around talking, might I suggest finding a place to sit down first? My feet are killing me.
And of course the text-to-speech is giving her the male voice for some reason.
Then perhaps you should have chosen more sensible footwear. Still, it's not such a bad idea. Shall we?
Yes, TTS was the bully arc. I think it's more likely that due to the fact that it was a cut, I feel like it does something where if it's a cut scene and it basically like assigns each character a certain gender depending on what it knows their gender to be. So with Tancred and Orange, it knows that okay, they're like due to the fact that their name is part of the like dialogue box, it knows okay, it's a male character, it's a male voice. Female character, it gets the female voice. But because she had a like question mark thing, it just goes with the like, oh, we don't know what gender they are. They get the male voice because that's what I set it to. And because she was assigned that during that cutscene, it just goes, oh, that person is just has no assigned gender, so they get the default one, even once we actually know it. Because I believe that also is what happened with the Lena, or I'm forgetting what her name is. The bunny girl captain of the garden Crystarium. I believe during the first cutscene with her, she basically had a male voice.
I've got so many things I want to ask, but I probably shouldn't bombard her with questions.
Amnesia. 'Tis troubling though not entirely unexpected. Well, I've given you my early impression of Gaia, but I would be interested in hearing your opinion. Go on and talk to her and see what you make of her situation.
Assume that once we actually talk to her, this time it's gonna be the proper voice. Female one, and I could sit down for that. For some reason. Oh, we sit down now.
So you don't remember anything at all? Not attacking us, not falling unconscious?
Such selective amnesia would rightly raise suspicion within those of a cautious mind. Yet if she doth speak the truth, it would lend credence to my current hypothesis, though admittedly some further. Not now, Urianger, she's only just woken up. We don't want to bore her back to sleep. In any case, I prefer to follow my instincts, and they're telling me that Gaia means us no harm. After much deliberation, I thought it only right to let her know about our work in the empty, as a sign of goodwill. After all, trust works both ways. Though, I would ask you, Shauna, not to let your guard down just yet. So you're the one I'm supposed to have fought? Come to think of it, I recognize you from somewhere.
Why? Why is it still giving her the male voice? Maybe I just have one of those faces. So you should, considering you tried to kill me. Let's go with that one.
Well, if Thancred's version of events is anything to go by, you weren't exactly holding back yourself. Still, it seems I didn't give you much of a choice but to defend yourself, so let's call it even. Not that I have any recollection of it. It's like remembering fragments of a dream, only to realize those things actually happened. It's as though my whole life has been leading to this. Thou speakest as though thou didst expect these events. I guess you could say that. It's what the fairy tells me.
Fairy.
I can't see it, but it's as though there's someone else inside me. And I can hear its voice in my head. It whispers to me and lets me use its power. Magic, I suppose you could call it, not that I know much about that sort of thing.
Welcome to the stream. Now's the time to die, said the TTS. Guess those who made the TTS thing don't like Gaia either. Maybe. Maybe it is kind of like how is it with the assigning a
and this
voice,
power alloweth thee to tear open the fabric
gender,
betwixt
and it just
realities,
messed
that thou
things up.
mayest call forth the ether-starved denizens of what remaineth of the 13th.
Maybe it's just messing up a bit with that. I honestly don't know.
What? Was that supposed to mean something, or are you just spouting random words at me? Honestly, I don't know how you all put up with this. I've only just met him and his insufferable prattle is already giving me a headache.
Been there since the boss fight and you have no clue what was happening or what was going on. Yeah. Makes sense. I mean, the boss fights are pretty simple, just attack and avoid, but like, story-wise it doesn't make much sense.
Gods, I still can't believe I'm having this conversation. And to think that I was flying about in a suit of armor, waving a sword. That doesn't sound like me at all.
Someone else inside you. Like Minfilia was inside me.
The similarities cannot be ignored. Though it is too early to say with certainty, Gaia may well be the Oracle of Darkness.
The Oracle of Darkness? What does this mean?
It means that you may have been right when you said she has something in common with Emmett Selsh. Those who have been used as a living host by an Asian have no recollection of events that occurred during their possession. This I know from personal experience. But Gaia seems to have some memories still, even if they're a little hazy. Moreover, she has remained in control of herself even when she heard the voice within. Much like you and Minfilia. And though Rhine was very much her own person, Minfilia's presence did exert a change upon her outward appearance, granting her hair and eyes a hue akin to that of our dear departed friend. It is therefore not unthinkable that Gaia's raven locks may be a manifestation of the darkness which hath come to reside within her. But I was born like this. And my parents, they both had black hair, too. Or at least I think they did. It's been so long since I saw them, I can't remember too well. But enough about me. You're Minfilia, aren't you? The Oracle of Light, who they were hosting in Yulmari.
That's right, though imprisoning is a better word. They kept me locked away, and I didn't know much about Yulmari and its people, or the rest of the world for that matter.
I see. And how exactly did the Oracle of Light come to run with the Warrior of Darkness?
Well, it all started when...
And I guess then the whole story is being told.
Yes, I still remember the day everyone went raving mad and Lord Vothri fled. Everything after that is still a blur, though. From what Gaia's told me, she wasn't part of the mob that attacked us. But how was she able to resist Vothri's control? Mayhap 'twas the intervention of this fairy of whom she speaketh. As curious as that may be, we still don't know why she appeared out of nowhere as soon as Eden took flight. This is just a guess, but I'd say that the fairy reacted to it in some way, and for whatever reason, made me go after it.
Yes, that seems like the only explanation.
I don't know about you lot, but I've had enough nattering. I'm going back to Eden.
What? But why?
The fairy wanted something from Eden, and knowing what that is will bring me a step closer to discovering exactly what has been living in my head all these years. Besides, my memories aren't going to restore themselves, and certainly not through idle chit-chat. So I'm going, and that's that.
Gaia, wait.
Insufferable. Utterly insufferable, and yet we can't well leave her to her own devices. Come on.
Okay, search for guy in the designated location. So, down at Switch. I had not noticed that this thing was actually called Switch.
She can't have gone far, especially not in those heels.
It's the second time they mentioned her footwear.
Get away from me.
Always been at Switch, never been at YouTube. I mean, I did
Gaia.
used to upload YouTube videos, but haven't done that in like a long time now.
It seems I've no choice.
Nasty bug, better patch it. Oh! Magic. It was probably kind of like that time thing she did. She patched for you, yep.
What am I?
The reason why it took some time was due to the fact that in her bot, in the fight when we fought against her, she did have like a ability to like make spell effects delayed. I'm guessing that's why. That's the thing I need to kill for my huts. I suppose just quickly do that stuff since it's right here. Just need to kill. Wait. Sorry if you ain't obnoxious. Comment of that last day and really hard. Ah, don't worry.
What are you all gawping at?
I don't mean to stare, but it's not every day I see magic like that. So, this is the power of the fairy you spoke of?
Ever since I was a child, it has whispered to me, telling me what to do. That's how I came to use its power. But there are things I can't even explain. Holes ripped in thin air, terrifying creatures crawling out, ghastly looking blades and armor appearing out of nowhere. But worst of all is the dark energy that comes from inside. This power, it feels as though it's only flowing through me, and never truly mine. And even when it answers my call, it always takes a few moments for the spells to work. So in summary, you don't have control over the magic.
Don't mind the stare, but never seen magic like that. I'm gonna use that line next time you go out. I feel like that might have mixed results depending on who you use it on.
Well, it's not as if I ever tried to control it. I haven't made a habit of fighting wild beasts.
Unfortunately, it's part and parcel of traveling through Amharine. And while I understand that you want answers, you're not going to find them unprepared as you are. But if your heart is set on this, then we'll help you.
Rhine, think about what you're saying. You're seriously considering taking Gaia to see Eden?
So it was a pickup line, more like a beat down line. It would probably work better for that, I guess.
There's no telling what might happen if she loses control again, so the safest option is for her to stay away until our work is done. Somewhere we can keep an eye on her. You must realize, it's for her own good. I must concur with Thankard's assessment. At present, we know precious little of Gaia's origin and less still of her powers. If she is indeed the Oracle of Darkness, her presence may complicate a task already fraught with peril, placing our mission and her own well-being in jeopardy. In full knowledge of the risks, dost thou still wish to pursue this course?
I do. It wasn't so long ago that I was living in isolation, being held against my will. Maybe the people keeping an eye on me thought that was for my own good, too. But if we shut Gaia away for our own convenience, we're no better than Vatri and Ranjit.
Pickup line is still a pickup line. Can be used to pick up a fight.
I've learned that when someone is in need, we must reach out a helping hand, not push them away. Now, it's my turn. To do for Gaia what you've all done for me. Even knowing the danger that lies ahead, I won't choose the easy way out. This is the path I've chosen. Is that good enough for you?
Well, can't say fairer than that. How about you, Urianger? The light of thy spirit doth burn bright.
That's why old people yell help as a pickup line.
Mine apologies, my dear, but we felt it necessary to test thy resolve. Let it suffice it to say thou hast left no room for doubt. For what it's worth, Rhine, I never doubted you. But make no mistake, the danger that Urianger and I spoke of is all too real. If you're prepared to go through with this, we'll be right there beside you.
That means a lot to me. Thank you.
I couldn't care less who I travel with, but if we're going to go, then let's get going already. There's supposed to be some sort of craft waiting at the southern watchtower, yes. Come along then, and don't fall behind.
Okay. Down to enter empty, I guess. Okay, so yep, down there again. They're there, I believe. Yep, there they are.
Why couldn't you leave this craft in Mordsuk instead of all the way out here? Actually, don't bother explaining. Whatever the reason is, I'm sure it's something frightfully uninteresting. Let's be about it, shall we?
I'm wondering what she was going to say, if she was going to talk about the skysliver, but
It might be a bit of a tight squeeze with the 5 of us, but we'll manage. Perhaps Urianger can sit on top of our luggage.
We get a cutscene where we're traveling there. Ah, I wanted to see how they were gonna squeeze in 5 people.
So, there it is.
Cutscene? Cutscene.
Eden. Where I'll find the answers I seek. The bringer of the flood, the first sin eater. Would it lead me to my past, or my future? What awaited on the path ahead, I couldn't say. But I had no choice but to take the first step.
She is remembering stuff. Fortunately, we went via blackout transition and not actual travel. Yep. Okay, so this scene, based on how she's talking here, it seems like this is her remembering back, or her in the future, basically. I don't know, retelling the story or something like that. Pretty sure all that she just said there in those special text boxes were in like past tense. Okay, blood and thunder. Gaia's lost in thought as she gazes towards the silent giant in the horizon.
I know what it's like. It was the same for me. But I was lucky, because then Cred freed me from Yulmari, and I had a chance to see the world. More importantly, though, I met all kinds of people, and they taught me not to live in another's shadow, but to be myself. Maybe one day, you'll have that chance, too.
Said your piece, have you?
Why is it still the male voice it's choosing?
One day? What's that supposed to mean?
I
don't know how the great Oracle of Light sees such things. But for someone like me, who's only known life in Yulmari, there was no tomorrow. There was no future. Only the here and now. And while we waste time on these meaningless conversations, I feel each moment of my life slipping away. Time. It won't wait. Not for me, not for anyone.
She's a jerk. Yeah, but I feel like it's probably due to her situation in general.
I don't know how much longer I can hold on to who I am.
I'm sorry, Gaia.
Yeah, she is being kind of a jerk right now.
Gaia. Oof. That's probably not even my real name.
It isn't?
When then Cred asked me my name, I couldn't remember. That's when the fairy whispered to me. Gaia.
But if you grew up in Yulmari, surely someone there must know who you are?
Everyone I once knew had either disappeared or had been turned into sin eaters. Those whose faces and names I still remember, that is. In the end, we found not a single person who so much as recognized me. As far as I can recall, I've never been the most sociable person, but still.
Well, even if it's not your real name, I think Gaia sounds lovely. If you're happy with it, then that's what I'll call you. And if you're willing, instead of the Oracle of Light, please call me Rhine. It's not the name I was born with, that's long forgotten now, but the one the people whom I consider family gave to me.
Is that so? Well, as much as I'd love to keep up this chatting, there's something that's bothering me. I thought the fairy would have reacted to Eden in some way, but so far, nothing whatsoever. From what I gather, it wasn't until Eden started moving that I appeared out of the blue. Perhaps if you were to actually try flying it somewhere, the ferry might break its silence. If you've got elements to restore, or whatever it was, why don't you hurry up and get it over with?
You need to learn some manners. The one-shot ladyship. You need to learn some manners.
And you need to stop wasting my time.
All right, everyone, I think we've talked for long enough. If you're ready, let's make our way to Eden.
So I'm just gonna quickly try and search for something. Find that info. Let me quickly try and check something here. That's not the right thing, is it? Nope, not that one either. Nope. Really quickly try and do something here. Let's see. Let's try and do this.
My memories, I think they're slowly coming back to me. My mother and father would constantly blather on about how the flood of light could return to end the world when we least expected, and that we should live each day as though it were our last. They would often say, "I wish this moment would last forever." That was until they were selected for ascension by Lord Vothri and were never to be seen again. Since I had no other relatives, or even any close friends to speak of, I was left alone in the world. A past like that hardly seems worth remembering, does it?
And there you are. Okay, I kind of tried changing it so the text-to-speech would, or gendered, characters, the ungendered preset, to basically pick the female voice, but that didn't do anything for some reason. So yeah, I don't know why that didn't do it. I guess maybe she's just been like set as male as her gender, which is weird why they would do that and hasn't fixed that.
Following the initial changes wrought by the release of water and earth, the empty hath displayed no further signs of alteration. Stability, some may call this and be satisfied, but in truth it is passivity. A passivity stemming from light's ever-pervasive presence. If we are to break the status quo, we must needs employ a catalyst, a third element that shall rouse and stabilize those unleashed energies in activity. Therefore, I propose lightning.
So the primal would be, Rema, yes? From what I've heard, he's a guardian of the forest and not particularly keen on conflict. But you've actually fought him, haven't you?
It's a half man, half beard, and another half beard for good measure. Spend most of the time chasing after orbs with varying degrees of success. Oh yeah. I gotta be completely honest, I still don't understand the mechanics for Ramu. In both hard and extreme versions of the fight, I don't get the mechanics. Or at least not, like, some of the mechanics I do not understand. The obstacles. Like, in the extreme version, I can kind of figure out how to do it if I do it solo. But if I do it like the triangle roulette and I end up in the like Ramu's hard version of his fight, it's just kind of like, yeah, I hope I don't end up fucking things up. Like, I hope I don't end up getting the tethers and whatnot, because that just makes it like, oh no. It's half man, half beard, and another half beard for good measure. Yeah.
Ah, yes. Then Cred mentioned that he more closely resembles a person than a beast, unlike most other primals. And apparently he tends not to move about much.
I'm glad to see our lessons have paid off.
Well, it's like you say. If we want to call forth an accurate representation of the primal, I should picture it in my mind as clearly as possible. At the very least, it's worth a try. But the rest is up to Shauna.
Can't remember the fight at all. To be honest, it's kind of confusing, but the extreme version is at least relatively easy. You just need to make sure you pick up the right amount of orbs so he doesn't like absolutely blast your health.
In order for this to work, we need to actually fly somewhere, yes. So rather than sitting in one spot while you exchange anecdotes, why don't you get this blasted thing moving first? One must admit, the suggestion is not without merit. Ryan, might I suggest the Gondor Thunder Plains as our next location? These plains, it is writ, were perpetually blanketed in storm clouds, the only source of illumination the ceaseless barrage of lightning. The ambient ether that lingereth there shall provide ideal conditions for the summoning.
Then that's where we're heading. Come on, Eden, we've got a job to do.
Okay.
This should be as good a spot as any. All right, Shauna. Whenever you're ready.
So we are fighting Ramu then.
Memories of Rama flash through your mind.
From what I've heard, the song that plays during his fight is actually pretty good. Fulmination. This one, inverse fulmination. Okay. Hey, are you ready? Or fulmination, or you need to do something really quickly. Okay, ready? Actually curious, did you make all of your gear? This doesn't say the color of it, but I'm guessing it's not royal blue, I think. Color is that? That's dragoon blue, okay. And that is one you need to craft, I believe. It's not other one. Ah. Oh, it's Sky Scripts. Okay. It didn't appear in here. Guessing that one might actually sell Dragoon Bloom might sell for a decent amount on the market board then. Kinda want to check that actually really quickly. Let me just try and pull up this website that I know of. Dragoon Blue die. Around. Let's see, I should probably switch over to Zodiac so I get the right. Okay. Sale prices are around 25,000. It seems. Although on Twintania it is only 18,000. And apparently in all of Light it is the lowest is Sashio, where it's like 8,000. Okay, I kinda remember some of Ramu's stuff. I know that there are some spears that he will summon, but we need to make sure we move towards the smaller.
There's no turning back. Get ready.
Ready!
It's some of this is voice acted. What the? What? And Ramu is now a centaur.
So, this is Ramu.
I did not expect them to actually have voice acted stuff here. What? And of course it doesn't have the voice acted stuff all the time here. Yeah, there's apparently some pillars he will summon where we need to make sure we move to the smaller ones.
Spears of lightning, to me.
Otherwise it the bigger one basically deals more damage. And
strike thee down.
Also has a larger effect range. We need to make sure that we pick up some of these orbs throughout the fight.
From the storm of my judgment, thou shalt not escape.
Okay, that places down those things that we don't want to put too close to each other, because otherwise that basically fucks things up. Let's make sure that I pick up some of these.
The rolling of thunder foretells thy doom, mortal.
So otherwise I might get hit by an
With all my might, I
that
smite
one,
thee.
you need at least one of these, otherwise you get fucking nuked. You also don't
Swift as
want
thou
to
art,
pick up
I
too
am
many of
swifter
them.
still.
That basically has some knockback.
O noble beasts of the Levin, may none withstand your charge.
Here, these things will basically race down along certain paths and to stand in their way. That summons 4 spears. We still need to make sure that we move away from the big ones. Still pick up these. Find bolt thing.
Neath rolling clouds,
Just
unrelenting
damage.
lightning doth strike.
Here there's just a bunch of AoEs that end up striking. Those two clouds should not go close to each other. But they're also just away from everything else. Make sure I grab one of these. Okay, some of the horses spawn. It seems like the macro you gave to me is working pretty well when it comes to resing people. It's a smaller spear. Okay, you two should not stand close to each other. Please make sure you don't do that, because otherwise the clouds are gonna basically put together, and I didn't move out of that fast enough.
Arbiters. With me.
That's one, and let that out go. Bolts. We'll just take two of those things. Just gonna stay on this line so I don't get ready. Horses. And don't have any wait, in our oh, they don't seem to want to do that. Screw it. Terra Flare. Our melee didn't want to do it, so I'll just do it then. There we go. What's going on? That was just a boss fight in Final Fantasy. Some of these can get pretty fucking hectic. And usually whenever I'm playing, I don't really like look over on the chat because I'm too busy basically making sure that I don't fuck up too much. This was easy compared to before. Is this a bullet hell shooter? To an extent. I do believe that there is in... I think it's the Yorha raid, which is an alliance raid, which means it's 24 people. I believe that actually has straight up bullet hell sort of mechanics.
I thought I was prepared to expect anything, but I didn't expect Rayma to turn out quite like that. Appearance aside, he was quite aggressive as well. The Sylph's belief in him as a kindly guardian clearly makes a difference to his temperament. Anyway, I'm just glad it's over. Let's get back to the camp and see if anything's changed.
Let's go with spell speed again. Okay, and we go back to the camp. Yes. Lightning crystal there, and that's also cross promotion rate, so it takes cues the games they come from. Yeah.
The crystal's a different color, but apart from that, it all looks the same.
It may look the same, but it feels different. The air has grown slightly more humid, as it does before rain. I have to say, I'm not exactly prepared for wet weather. If Eden can control elements and so on, can't you tell it to send those clouds somewhere else? Speaking of which, I'm not very impressed with its called powers. If changing yellow crystals to purple is the extent of its abilities, it's no surprise the fairy didn't bother showing up. I hope that whatever's next is more worthwhile.
It's like the Monster Hunter ones, there's no healing and no taking those. Yeah.
Rather than influencing the ground beneath our feet, Eden hath brought change to the firmament above.
I'm actually unsure. Monster Hunter, is that made by Square Enix? I actually don't know that entirely. Capcom, okay. Because if I'm not mistaken, I believe Nier Automata is made by Square Enix. I think. It's developed by Platinum Games, but published by Square Enix. So I'm guessing they probably had a bit more like creative license with what they could do with it since they owned the license. So I'm thinking they might have gone a bit more over the top with it. Plus they did also make it into like an alliance raid, so 3 raids instead of just a trial like with Monster Hunter. Still, I'm guessing they probably went a bit more over the top with it. Maybe the fact that they got to ride Rathalos, though, true. That we can get it as a mount and everything. And even just like, well, just some of the like housing items you can get from him. Just like you can get the, I don't know, campfire with the meat on a split. I don't actually know what it's called, but it's just like the meat on like a piece of like iron rod with like a handle on it. That's the thing you could get from there. So, and also the, I'm forgetting what it's called, like the cat minion. I'm forgetting what they're called.
And yet 'tis clear that a more dynamic element is required for the natural cycle of precipitation and evaporation to be complete.
So we need movement. Would wine do the trick?
Calico. That's right.
Most certainly. It seems we have a plan. Let's not dwell too much on the effects of each individual element, and instead focus on seeing them all restored.
No Palamut though. I'm assuming that's the dogs you get in Monster Hunter Rise? Don't know too much about Rise other than that's it. That you get a dog. That apparently dumplings is the whole like food thing. And that there are 2 sisters that the internet seems to like a lot. From what I've seen.
The power of an oracle. Not to be sniffed at, it seems. All my life, you were a constant companion, your voice ever seeping into my mind. Why then, of all times, did you abandon me?
Our twins. I guess that's what you would call them.
Deaf even to the crashing of thunder? Or were you simply biding your time?
Biding your time. Okay, so we do have to. So. Gaia's Fairy does do something at one point. Don't. It's to come, it seems. Into the firestorm. Does that mean we have to deal with both? I do believe that means we need to deal with both fire and wind, perhaps. Ranjay's knitted brow almost certainly spells trouble, namely for you. Of course, we need to deal with the problems after all.
Ere we set out once more, might I ask if thou art familiar with the process by which rain is made to fall?
The sun evaporates it. I suppose so. It's like in conspiracy. Nah, I suppose so. Don't need to go conspiracy theorist.
Then thou shan't have difficulty understanding the explanation to come. With the restoration of our first element, the empty was once more blessed with the most essential ingredient in the cycle of precipitation, water. Under normal circumstances, the heat existent in the atmosphere would cause water to evaporate from the land's surface. As invisible vapor, it is borne by the wind high unto the firmament, where it doth condense as clouds before descending once more, returning to the land in the form of rain. It seems we need wind aspect ether to create more clouds. That it hasn't rained yet must mean there aren't enough.
And even before that, we need fire aspects ether to make the water evaporate.
It seems to me that one's not much good without the other. Why don't you just draw out both elements together? You're suggesting that Shauna fight two deiform entities, each one as deadly as Rama, at the same time? Do you realize how absurd that is? And yet, 'tis a notion that doth warrant further consideration. Oh, you can't be serious.
But what if we actually did that?
Cast your minds, if you will, to the elemental will I did show to you in the bookman's shelves. Wind giveth rise to lightning, whose spark doth produce fire. By restoring both wind and fire in tandem, we may maintain balance between these dynamic elemental forces. The ensuing battle shall indubitably present an ordeal unlike any Shauna hath ever faced. I believe, however, that this path doth lead to the prize we seek.
So far we've done water and earth, and lightning, so we're about to do these two, so we're just missing ice afterward.
Oh, so perhaps it's not so absurd after all, then cred. I wouldn't dream of questioning Urianger's grasp of the science behind it. My concern is for the burden this would place not only on Shauna, but Rhine as well. What do you both make of the plan?
If Urianger thinks it'll work, I'm willing to give it a try.
As long as you know what you're letting yourselves in for. You're going to need all your strength, so see that you get plenty of rest.
Gaia.
Okay.
It seems Rhine is reluctant to air her concerns. Were you to rally her spirits, she may become more willing to talk.
Rally?
Yes, you're right. There's no use in trying to pilot Eden while I've got other things on my mind. It's about Gaia, you see. The truth is, that apart from Elysai and Alphanod, I hardly know anyone my own age. I thought that I should make an effort to be nice to Gaia, but... well, you've seen how she is around me. I understand that she's got her own problems to deal with, but I thought that maybe I could help her in some way. It's not my place to intrude, and I should probably just leave her be until we've finished restoring the elements. After all, that's more important, isn't it?
Let me talk to Gaia while you concentrate on the task at hand. Is what I would have said, once upon a time. It seems to me that you're the one best qualified to take care of this little problem. I know she can be a bit prickly, to put it mildly, but if anyone can get through to her, it's you. Although we've only known her for a short while, we're all she's got, and I think she realizes that. Just let her know she's not alone and she'll come around eventually.
Alright, I'll give it a try. Do you have any advice?
Thancred certainly has the gift of the gab. Doesn't know what to say. Raja can talk the hind legs off a behemoth. Why not ask him? I think probably Thancred would be the better one, because Raja would probably give a very complicated speech or help or whatever you want to call it, whereas Thancred would be more direct, I guess. Also feel like Thancred is more of a people person than Uraje.
I'm afraid that since arriving in the first, I've had little time to mingle with any of the locals, and I haven't a clue what young women like Gaia would be interested in.
Okay, fair.
Ah, that's given me an idea. I'll start with some small talk and go from there. Actually, since before she even woke up, I've been asking Lina about what's popular in the Crystarium. I thought it might be nice to show Gaia around the place one day, you see.
So that's what you were doing? I suppose it makes for a nice change of pace from all that studying.
So both of them are worthless. Did you pick Uriange? Was it kind of the same thing that he said?
And I must commend thee on thy choice of confidant. The captain's powers of observation make her a veritable font of wisdom concerning the behavior of the Crystarium citizenry.
Yeah, they're both kind of useless in
Yes,
this situation.
And now it's time to put that knowledge to good use.
This is probably because it's the same outcome either way. This is just whichever one you pick, you get some slightly different dialogue, I guess.
Don't let the fear of rejection hold you back. Persistence is the key.
He was like, I know about Faye and Will talk, but not much else. Yeah, he has a lot of knowledge, but he's not very good when it comes to like socializing, I guess.
Speaking from experience, by any chance?
Whatever do you mean? Lessons learned from days spent in pursuit of ladies fair, one might suspect. You couldn't help yourself, could you?
It's all right, then Cred. Your secret's safe with me.
Ahem. May I remind you that the reason we're here is to create a better future for everyone in the first, which includes you and Gaia. While it might not be on the same scale as bringing life back to the empty, if you're able to befriend her, that will be another way of contributing to a brighter tomorrow. So go on, she's waiting for you.
All right. Wish me luck.
Rhine is ready to approach the decidedly unapproachable Gaia. You had best observe the conversation from within earshot.
Can do squats over there. Why?
What do you want?
Oh. Nothing really. It can wait till later.
I'm guessing on a level it's probably not as obvious that you're doing squats when it's like from far away. Just due to the height, it's like it's probably not a whole lot of difference that happens compared to with my aura.
For all we know, there might not even be a later. If you've got something to say, hurry up and spit it out.
Is everything alright? Not feeling strange from being around Eden or anything?
Squats. Best way to remain inconspicuous at all times. Yep.
Is that what you came here to talk about?
Actually, I wanted to ask you. Would you like to go and have coffee biscuits with me?
Did not expect that to be the thing she would ask.
What?
We were all just in the bank, just like, yes, did it.
Coffee biscuits. They serve them at the second serving in the Christorium. Everyone's talking about them, so I thought that maybe once we've finished our work here, you and I could go there together.
Let me get this straight. You came to talk to me about biscuits?
Yes. They're light and crispy, and when you dip them in the coffee they go all nice and squidgy.
The only reason you're even interested in that in the first place is because everyone else is doing it. Can't you think for yourself? I do what I want, when I want. After all, the world could end at any moment.
That's not going to happen. Not if I've got anything to do with it. Listen, Gaia. I understand what you're going through. Believe me, I do. But you mustn't lose hope. A new day will come. Then another, and another. Life's not so bad if you give it a chance, you'll see.
Shut up. You think you know me? Even I don't know who I am. Until I find the truth, I'll never be free.
Then we'll find it together. I've seen enough pain, enough loss, and I don't want to see any more. And that includes you, Gaia.
Why do you care so much about other people? What have they ever done for you? I'm sure you haven't forgotten how we Yulmarans treated you, the precious Oracle of Light. Like a bird in a cage. And yet, you act as if none of that ever happened. So forgiving, so selfless. You and your family brought back the night sky, and you finally had the chance to lead a normal life. But instead, you're flying around in a giant sin eater, trying to turn a barren wasteland into some sort of paradise, and for what? I may not remember much of my past, but I'm fairly certain I've never heard of anything so ridiculous. Out of morbid curiosity, I'll see it through to the end, but if you think that makes us friends, you are very much mistaken.
Gaia.
I surmise that to keep Gaia waiting over long would only agitate her further.
That could have gone a little bit better, I feel like. Time to try and summon Ifrit and Garuda, I'm guessing. Speak with Viranja in Eden's core. Oh no, you're okay with... You don't know you're okay with keeping waiting forever. I'm almost certain that she's gonna like
To defeat the
change
deiform
attitude at
manifestations
some
of both
point.
wind and fire shall require every last mote of thy strength. That thou hast triumphed over such beings in previous encounters should be at the forefront of thy mind as we commence the summoning.
I'm almost certain that there's gonna be something. And you don't want to fight more bosses though. True. Do more boss battles. And help Green, yeah. Like, I'm thinking that either at the end of this patch's stuff, so in like 2? I think it's 2 fights. Or the next 2 fights. There's probably gonna be some progress with her. Or it's gonna be in like the last 4 raids that she's maybe gonna become a better person. I don't know.
Where are we going this time, Urianger?
The place called Ashfall doth satisfy our requirements, I believe. The fables speak of travelers sweltering beneath the blazing heat of the midday sun, while after nightfall, slicing winds did tear at their cloaks.
I see. Hopefully it won't be quite that bad when I draw out the elements.
Rhine, my dear. May I remind thee that to focus is not the same as to deny other thoughts. Whatsoever it is that troubleth thee, thou wouldst be better for acknowledging it.
Yes, you're right, of course. It's Gaia that I'm worried about.
That is well. May thy concern for her lend thee yet more strength.
It's time. I'll begin drawing out wind and fire in equal measure. Shauna, we'll only get one chance at this, so let's make it count.
Memories of Garuda and Ifrit rage through your mind.
Yeah, I'll say this. I remember very little of this fight from the guy that I watched. Innsver's Furor? I don't know. Something like that. But I remember a few parts. I know that there's some point where... So are you ready? Or what? Just want to make sure that I don't start it when you're not ready. Yeah. Call this a very small finger beans. What? Yes, I can kind of see that. Yeah, I do know that. He's standing to just try and ankle. Kind of see it here. Yep. But I believe that Ifrit, at least in this fight, has at one point something where he makes, I think it's 4 lines towards one player, and what you need to do is you need to have like 3 other players run through those lines. They will pick up one of those lines, and that basically results in like an AoE hitting 4, like those 4 different people that basically end up having a line. And you need to make sure that you don't get hit by one of those things if you've already been hit by that before, because you basically get a debuff where if you get hit by a similar attack that give that debuff, you either get stunned for a long time or you just take a ton of damage. And apart from that, I don't remember anything else really. And the last... I actually don't remember how many have we done this far. This is number 2. I don't remember number 3 or 4. What even are those? I think I know what the last one is, but I could be wrong. And I honestly don't really remember too many mechanics from those. Actually, now that I think about it, I kind of remember what one of the mechanics from fourth one, I believe it is. I know so far you've just been taking every fight kind of blind. That is also how you usually tend to do this, from what I understand. I just kind of want to make sure that I didn't go into the fights, especially considering that these would probably be more difficult than what I'm used to. I didn't want to go in and just be like stomped in every single one of them. Mainly because I don't want these fights to take too long, because I only have like 50 minutes left before we hit the 5-hour mark, and I would kind of like to have finished up the first 8 of these dungeons, or raids, preferably. So far you've only been stomped in like 2 of them through. And I think I've also only died in like 2 of them. I think that was Leviathan and Ramu. Leviathan, I have no idea what actually hit me. I didn't really see it. And Ramu... oh yeah, there was also Titan. But that one, several of us Titans. That was because I completely misunderstood where I was supposed to stand. But Ramu, that was because I just ended up standing in cloud AoEs a bit too long. Okay.
It worked. Both wind and fire have answered the call.
Wind and fire have answered the call. Green,
this
are you
voice
alright?
Why is this voice acted, but the rest is not? Spirits of Fury, Garuda, and Ifrit.
Such lowly creatures. I shall not suffer them to live. And I shall not suffer thee to fail, Garuda.
Okay, Ferrostorm, I kind of remember. It basically does an AoE out in those directions. Superstorm, I do not remember. I do remember that the walls are lethal, so don't get hit by those. Okay, these you need to basically have the amount of layers. You need to basically have, there's like some gems in those AoEs. You need to have the amount of gems that are displayed in the basically as the amount of players in the circles. If it shows 2 gems, you need to have 2 people in it. That basically makes an AoE in the direction that's this, and that basically splits the entire arena. Okay, and here we are gonna get pushed, and we need to make sure that we don't end up standing in the same, like, close to the orbs.
Insolent worms. They dare defy me. A pitiful display. Stand aside.
And time for difference. Flame. So we need to take those. We have a big tank buster. Oh, and eruption. Strike spark. Oh yeah, this one. We need to go to the one that Ifrit is at, because he's gonna basically kick this one into the middle, doing this as a safe zone, and I still got hit because I was standing on a little bit too close to the edge there, it seems.
These mortals are not so easily bested.
And
No more games. We face them together.
So I believe that Ifrit basically kicks one of those.
Impossible. From where doth this strength spring? Join me, Ifrit. By raging wind and engulfing flame, we are born anew.
Okay. And fusion.
Woo-woo. I am Rock Topic Sa, he who soareth on wings of crimson.
Hands of flame. Oh.
May howling winds feed the
Sword.
flame.
Okay. That is an attack that
Thou
is
shalt
just
defy me
charging
no
for
more.
a while. I would not be surprised if that's a one-shot attack. Aerostorm. And surprised again that no one used like limit break earlier. Okay. Okay, and continue with the story.
That was incredible. I never imagined they would fuse together like that, but you took them down all the same. I suppose the main thing is that we're now 2 elements closer to restoring the ether of the empty. Let's go and see what difference it's made.
Is it a big difference? Oh, right. And a multicolored crystal.
It actually worked. Just like Urianger said it would.
Everything we could have hoped for. Indeed, our endeavors have been repaid manifold.
I wonder what will happen when we restore ice? Is something the matter?
One more element, and then what? You'll have achieved the impossible, while I'll still be nothing. No memory, no past, no family. Nothing. The world has moved on and left me behind. Anyone who ever knew me is either dead or gone. So, Almighty Eden, you can mend this broken world, but you can't restore one girl's memories. Give me my life back, damn you.
Still hunger.
Oh.
Extinguish the accursed light, awaken our
Enough
true
riddles.
power.
Tell me who I am.
You are
I am.
Gaia?
Gaia.
Gaia? What's wrong?
Play your memories, fulfill your destiny.
I don't understand.
Gaia. Can you hear me?
Get away from me. Amidst the sound of falling rain, your voice called from within. Long after the rain passed, your voice echoed on.
Ah. Heart of Darkness. I think it is looking particularly chippered or chipper, despite the heavy rainfall.
While this downpour is precisely the result we were hoping for, the novelty of standing outside in the rain does wear off rather quickly. Not to mention, Gaia's looking a bit under the weather. Let's continue this conversation in Eden's core.
Okay.
Ere we set forth to restore the element of ice, I would discuss the manner in which the summoning shall be undertaken. Just tell me one thing, is this going to bring the empty back to the way it was before the flood? While none can say for certain, the change we have observed at points of ethereal intersection doth give us cause for optimism. It may be reasonably assumed that the empty shall continue to transform and, in the decades to come, regain a semblance of its former state. Decades. I don't think you've quite grasped the sheer scale of the damage left in the wake of the flood. It would have swallowed the entire world if Minfilia hadn't stopped it. Even if Rhine has inherited her blessing, wounds like that don't heal overnight. After all, the Empty has been utterly devoid of life for 100 years.
And it might take even longer than that to bring life back. I don't expect immediate results, but I do know that it will stay like this forever unless we do something about it.
My sentiments precisely. Only once the final element is restored shall we have a glimpse of the future that awaits those of generations yet to come. You'd do all this, for a world you may not live long enough to see? While here I am, so absorbed in my own problems that I spare barely a thought for anyone besides myself. For so long, I've listened to that voice, telling me what to do, who to be. I was so scared of what might happen if I disobeyed. But I don't want to live like that anymore. I want to be, me. Who am I? What am I? Perhaps it's better if I never find out. If Rhine's the Oracle of Light, here to mend this broken world, what does that make me? Gaia, the Oracle of Darkness, bringer of misery and death. A monster. It's no wonder they left me. Mother, father. And next, it'll be all of you. Then I'll be back where I started, where I've always been. Alone.
Gaia. Is it the fairy?
What's wrong? Afraid I might lose control and ruin all your carefully laid plans?
No. It's you I'm worried about.
Rhine, I'm going outside. To clear my head. You, just do what you need to do, alright?
Something's wrong, I know it.
That much is clear. If we have a repeat of her first visit to Eden, we may even be joined by those void-sent friends of hers. If you go and see what Gaia's doing, Urianger and I will stay with Rhine.
Okay. Oh, we're up on the platform.
My name is Gaia. That's what you said, isn't it? Eden. The flood. What does it all mean? No, it can't be. Is this what it's been waiting for all this time?
Finally, you remember.
What is this?
Okay, something is seemingly manifesting, it seems. Time to throw her. The darkness that dwells within you, Gaia. Oh yeah, it's this boss. I remember that from the guide now. Cursed spawn of light. Are drawn to it, like moths to a flame. I didn't
Sin
read the
eaters.
rest. Now the time of awakening has come.
Shauna, Rhine senses Sin Eaters. What's happened?
Guess there's things flying around us in eaters.
Don't try to fight them, just bring Gaia back inside. Quickly, now.
have to say I both like and hate those like things, like those dialogue things where it's like, oh yeah, here's some dialogue. You can't control when it progresses. That's so annoying. Like, I understand it if it's like voice acted, but otherwise, that is bad game design. Keep down, Scott Brett. I guess that's the thing we are fighting.
What's happened to her?
That's a concern for later. First, we must deal with those Sin Eaters.
Yes, beams.
Shauna, if thou wouldst care to repel our assailants without, I would task then Cred with standing guard within. I shall tend to Gaia meanwhile.
Eden's verse. I can't. Some of these names. Iconoclasm. Eden's verse, iconoclasm, I guess. Okay. You ready? Okay. Lolly hope. Time to do some squats. And some push-ups, I guess. Might as well just warm up for the fight. And might as well also do some sit-ups. Holding down my feet so I don't lift them, I guess. You're helping. And I guess I should also do some breath control exercises. Since we're most likely going to be running around a bit. I'm on purple, so it's heavy. Yep. Guess I could also do some ritual prayers to get some. I guess we can call this meat gathering Aether. Actually, I'm wondering how many emotes do I have? Does it say anywhere? Nope. Do have a few. I feel like I could probably fill up all of the action bars if I actually wanted to with just emotes. And I guess I can also just read a bit. I basically have an emote that all your combat will be would be very emotional. Oh, there we go. I don't really have an emote that's just like... Oh, I didn't manage to open that up. But it's like, as many of the like read emotes that I can do as possible with like a wait thing at the end. So I think it lasts for like over a minute or so that it just tries to read. Okay, antithesis, conscience, the idol of darkness.
So many of them.
But nothing we can't handle.
Okay, so if I remember correct, this one revolves around portals. Because that's part of the fight. Revolves around portals. And nice, that guy has the kettles as well. Anti-wave, that's just AoE. Unshadowed stake. That's a blast, just hits the...
Is that what's controlling them?
link, I guess. Words of motion. Okay, this stuff. Basically, these things will spawn. We need to make sure that we move into the line that's been shut off. We need to keep track of when they shoot. Okay, then there's this.
Are those void gates? Be careful.
Portals. Basically, it will basically get shut out of those in the same order. So we need to be looking out for that, because that's going to be a whole mechanic now that's happening. Okay, so we got those there, so... Okay, that means it's going to be blue first. Blue has been fired forward. Away with me. Oh yeah, then there's this whole thing. It's basically teleportation. That happens after a little bit of time. That we're then gonna have to start utilizing in actually dodging things. Okay, and we lost a few people there.
I don't like the look of this. The ether is becoming unstable.
We need to get... We can not dodge things now, we need to actually get hit by the thing that has the opposite color of what we have. So if you have dark, you need to get hit by white. And when you get hit by one, it actually changes your alignment. So... we just need to switch.
The darkness is growing.
This thing. So I need to stand like this, I believe. No. Okay, we didn't do enough damage. And there at the end, it was just that we, yeah, didn't kill the enemies fast enough. Just that people doing the play dead mode, it seems. And also one who's doing the Mandible Mambo. Stand here, and where is dance? Damn, it's. I was trying to do it in front of them, but kept moving around because it apparently had the Hell of Darkness targeted. Let me try to stand here and. It's not timed correctly, but. Okay.
Killing them one by one's not going to work. You'll have to attack that concentration of darkness.
And our tank doesn't have the aggro buff. I have aggro. This is not good. Oh no.
Is that what's controlling them?
I couldn't do anything there. That wasn't my fault. I will not take the blame for that one. That was not my fault. I could literally do nothing.
Are those void gates? Be careful.
Okay, so which one gets first? That is pink. So there's those two. Okay, so blue is gonna get blasted first. Just noticed that basically no mana. Okay. Empty wave, that's just a wheel. Yep.
I don't like the look of this.
Then there's the dark, which white
The ether is becoming unstable.
stuff. Yep. Nope. Do a bit differently. Okay, so gonna, yep, there it is, add phase. It's kind of what I've been saving Bahamut and Syrian Light for.
The darkness is growing.
Okay, there. Looks like one of our people fell off. Okay, we actually do it this time.
Something's coming. Watch out.
Okay, I am white aspected. We got portals. Okay, I'm white aspected. That means that is gonna go through the blue one. So I need to be standing here because it changes also what our aspect is. So we need to stand the right place. Okay, I am white aspected. Good. And remember to aspect before. Play with the I don't really want to move because I aligned it correctly here. Oh yeah, someone needs to stand in those. Forgot about that. This is just normal blasts, it seems. go through the pink one first. Or red one first, I guess. There we go. Second try. And that thing disappeared. Okay. Oh. I received a commendation, apparently.
She won't wake up. What do we do?
Sure that person was in our group. Oh.
What is this place? Where is everyone? So, I'm all alone. Even the fairy is gone. Endless silence, endless darkness. Is this what death feels like? It's no use. No one can hear me. How ironic. All those times I wanted peace and quiet, and now that I finally have it, I wish I had someone to talk to. I thought I couldn't stand to be around them. All their interfering and fussing. And yet, I was never lonely. But it's no use. Even after everything we went through, my memories still won't come back. There is no future awaiting me, only emptiness. Those memories, they can stay lost forever, if only this pain will leave me.
Oh. Consumed by darkness.
Now, I close my eyes and sink into darkness. And then I'll suffer no more. Gaia. Mother, Father. Wake up. I understand now. Why wait for tomorrow to claim us? Gaia. Can you hear me? This perfect moment never has to end. I'm not giving up on you, Gaia. Say something. What do you
And
want?
of course it was Reen.
Please. I'm begging you. Remember all the things we said we'd do? Like going to the second serving for coffee biscuits.
I never.
Gaia?
I never agreed to anything of the sort.
Oh,
Oh,
thank
there's
goodness.
tears.
I was so worried about you.
Ugh, do you have to be so loud? The fairy fell silent, only to be replaced by Rhine's voice ringing through my head. I never thought I would be so glad to hear it.
Aw. She's warming up to them. Okay. Gaia, on thin ice.
You've all gone through a lot of trouble on my part. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. Anyway, I've delayed you for long enough. Please, carry on with what you came to do.
And cutscene. It is. We can finally.
I'm glad you're back to your usual self, but how are you feeling?
Much better now, but something is still bothering me. The fairy spoke to me in a dream, and a stream of memories rushed through my mind. I don't recall anything like this happening before, and I'm not sure what it all means.
What sort of memories?
I can't make any sense of them. They were only brief flashes, seen through someone else's eyes. At least, that's what it felt like. Minphilia, that is, the first Oracle of Light, once served Hydaelyn as the word of the Mother. If the Oracle of Darkness is her counterpart under Zodiark, then we had best prepare ourselves for the worst. The Knight's return did tip the ethereal balance towards activity, which may have served to awaken the fragment of his power in the first. Having thus roused, he did then fix his gaze upon she who had been marked by darkness, Gaia.
Marked or no, Gaia's still her own person. Everything all right?
It's nothing. Anyway, let's forget about all that for now. There'll be plenty of time to think it through once the last element's restored. If thou believest thyself well enough, then I see no reason for delay. Let us forthwith attend to the revitalization of ice. Shiva, then. Shauna, as the only one here to have actually seen the primal, perhaps you could describe her for us?
Woman named Ysael made herself a vessel for Shiva. She and the Great Worm, raised Valakar, shared an undying bond. Just go with this one, because that's actual explanation of her.
She summoned into her body the imagined essence of someone who lived over 1,000 years ago? That such a thing should be possible.
The long since departed Shiva was a source of great inspiration to Ysael, whose method of summoning differed greatly from any we had previously encountered. By the echo did she bear witness to the deeds of the noble Shiva, and thus was she moved to dedicate her being to that self-same cause. 'Twas this devotion that granted her the power of a primal.
So, she was able to control it herself?
Not getting any funny ideas, are you?
Just thinking aloud, that's all. Anyway, we'd better get going.
Our journey leadeth to a great glacier situated in the northernmost region of the Empty.
I'll get us there as quickly as I can.
It's like
it's time to
Reed's
draw out
planning
the
stuff.
ether. I was thinking.
What are you planning?
That I should go with you this time. I want to be the vessel for Shiva. Being still and passive by nature, ice is the element that is the most strongly aligned to light. I'll need to get close and use my own abilities as well as Eden's to draw it out.
So that the Oracle of Light becometh the Oracle of Ice. I cannot claim to be in favor of this stratagem, and yet, the primal we encountered in the source was summoned in much the same manner. The inherent advantages are undeniable. Absolutely out of the question.
Oh, of course, that's what Thackeray would say.
Have you forgotten what Shauna does to the primals we summon? I'm not about to stand by and watch as she and Rhine beat the tar out of each other. In any case, the ether only returns to the empty once the creature's been slain, although it seems you haven't taken that into consideration yet. Presumably, there's a safe way to disperse it, but it's still far too risky. I thought you had more sense, Rhine.
But it's not as bad as it sounds.
Were the deiform entity as volatile as the primals we have previously summoned, 'twould be logical to assume that, in her role as conduit, Rhine would be hard-pressed to retain control. Shauna would have no recourse but to defend herself by any means necessary, else her life be forfeit.
I know it's dangerous, but I can't let that hold me back. Please, I've got to try.
But I don't see why this is even necessary in the first place. You never had to take risks like this for the other elements.
Eden possesses almost infinite power, but what would happen if it began acting without my intervention? If it started to feed on the ether, just like other sin eaters, it would undo all of our hard work.
'Tis a disconcerting eventuality, and one which cannot be dismissed.
I'm worried that even if we realign the elements, things will eventually return to how they were following the flood.
I hope we get cool anime battle music for this one, like the OG fight. Very nice.
But if I train Eden how to nurture the environment rather than drain the life from it, we can leave it to take care of the empty in our place. I'll channel the ether through myself, and show Eden how it's done.
This isn't some house pet we're dealing with. If it all goes wrong, then what?
I know this all sounds like I'm taking a leap of faith, but it has been a gamble every step of the way. We've managed to come this far because of faith, in ourselves and in each other.
I've made my feelings on the matter perfectly clear, but what say you, Shauna?
With my memories to guide the summoning, what could possibly go wrong? I'll hold back as much as possible. Let's go with that one. Try not to kill her.
Rhine, I suppose that if you've got your heart set on this, there's no point trying to dissuade you. Just don't do anything reckless, is that clear?
As crystal. This is going to work, I promise. I'll make sure of it.
Well, for all our sakes, I certainly hope so. Because if the primal takes over,
It'll be fine. With all of you by my side, I know that whatever happens, it'll work out in the end.
all of us? I hope you're not including me. I can't even deal with my own problems, never mind yours.
It's enough just knowing you're here. Anyway, I've decided to take a leaf out of your book. I do what I want, when I want. I've made my decision, so now I have to see it through.
Yes, but this is a different kettle of fish altogether.
Well, the point is that this is what I want, and I'll do whatever it takes to make it work.
So, this is how much it means to you.
Seems like guy is starting to warm up to green a lot more. It's good.
Memories of Shiva envelop your mind.
I don't know how, but I can see her too. This might actually work.
Verse. I was not able to read that in time. Reflugens? Or something like that. Fulgence, I guess. Ready? Okay, let's try and see if we can get a party then. Does seem like this person who I'm pretty sure we had in the previous group, still in the cutscene. The chances some of these people are also waiting. Okay, so I remember in this one there is certain times where there's apparently mirrors that spawn where boss will basically do a large or do an AoE attack, and the mirrors will basically do the attack as well afterwards. So we need to basically move to the right location so we don't end up getting hit by the attacks. So yeah, we need to look out for that. And apart from that, I don't really remember much other than there's apparently a gaze attack that we need to look out for, and something where she basically makes the ground slippery and we need to move out of the way of some AoEs. And apart from that, I don't remember much else from the video. Let's see here. Brandon, oh yeah, I forgot about that. There's tomorrow at 7 PM there are 2 people from my FC that are getting married. I won't be able to attend that wedding though, because that's while I'm streaming. So yeah. Unfortunately. Let's see. Here's about what's been written over in the Danish VTuber Discord. So I'm just currently looking at that while waiting for this. What will I be doing tomorrow? I am thinking... See, I'll probably try and finish up the Eden quests, because after this one, we will both just have like 4 raids left to do, which I'm forgetting what they're called, like Eden's something. And once I'm done with that, I have no idea, because that's probably not gonna take... I don't think the last, like, third of the quest is gonna take 5 hours, so I don't know what that last bit is gonna be. I can maybe come up with something, I just don't really know what. Maybe I could do something Rathalos grind. Perhaps.
I call.
Upon the power of Shiva.
Blue jets. And that's the same transformation as Sail did. I believe it's Snowflake. It's or no. Okay, she looks different. It looks like green, but just Shiva sort of skin.
No! She's lost control! You've got to stop her!
Oh, nope.
Fools. You would stoke
the fires of conflict.
Okay, Absolute Zero, what does that do? AoE. No.
The light shall usher in peace.
Dress, I believe, is base attack.
Such impudence!
Axe kick. Oh, okay, move out of that. So, axe kick is
Resplendent ice, grant me strength.
large. Round. Double slap. That's second tank.
Your blood shall freeze.
Iron Frost, what does that do? Okay, just big AoE. Then we got these things. Hey, those people have AoEs that are gonna follow them, and they should preferably just go around with them out there so they don't throw them on us. Strike. Okay, that's AoE. Oh, yeah. Okay, there's the Miros.
Shatter.
Okay, so that's gonna get reflected. Nope, did not move fast enough that one.
The light shall usher in peace.
Turn around. I'm not gonna risk anything.
Such impudence!
Okay, I believe sidekick is, yep. Sort of. I might reverse Serenity Everlasting.
Tranquility must be restored to the land.
Oh yeah, this thing. Needs to destroy these crystals. Or not destroy the crystals, we need to destroy these either things that are moving. And make sure that that does Let's not get going into that thing, so basically just block it. Counts.
Darkness. Speak up!
Just
Light consume you.
yes, DPS as much as possible. Okay, I got an AoE. Okay, that's supposed to be aimed away from those things. Oh.
Such impudence!
Okay, that's axe kick. If I'm not mistaken, nope, that's not the right place. It's and we still don't have any DPS to do limit break here. Why did not do some limit break? Oh,
Such power! I can't!
String getting control. Oh.
The light! It's too much for her to bear!
Oh, Gaia?
Ugh, she won't last much longer! Enough of this!
Oh.
Power of darkness, answer my call! Ugh! Ugh! Yeah!
I feel like this is the first time something this cinematic has happened in a fight. Also, didn't I expect a hammer for her?
Damn this light!
Okay, all of light is just increasing. Okay, we're not done yet.
I won't give up! Not on my future! Our future!
Endless Ice Age. This is probably why they
I
didn't
want
do
to
the
see
rebate
what
yet.
tomorrow will bring!
And there's the end. And it didn't, I think, actually go off in time. Trouble in Paradise 1. So, nice. Did it work? I'm assuming it'll work because ring does appear later on in the MSQ and is fine, so wouldn't make any sense for it to actually affect her in any way. And it was actually Gaia that we ended up looking at there instead of us. That's also new. Time to do this shit. God, I hate how this works when you need to like back and forth like crazy. Did I legit just win everything? Fuck. Epic anime. Fight music.
Rhine.
You were there. I heard you.
What happened to Shiva? Is she still in control?
No, she's gone. But, Gaia,
What?
that hammer. It matches your dress.
Oh my god.
Oof. I see you're back to your normal idiotic self.
Look. Isn't it pretty? Maybe we could take it with us?
Ice tends to melt, you know.
Not this sort.
Well, if you say so. Anyway, it might even make a nice necklace.
That's a brilliant idea.
Wilt thou not rush to her aid? Perhaps I'm getting slow in my old age, because it would seem Gaia's beaten me to it.
God.
To think that she would be the one to break the ice. Ahem.
Thancred, did you just make a pun? Or a dad joke?
They may have gotten off to a rocky start, but I think they'll make quite the pair. Is that a hint of melancholy I detect in thy voice? Something akin to a pining mother bird whose chicks have flown the nest. Father bird, if you don't mind. But you're not entirely wrong. Still, when the day finally comes to say goodbye, it here tends me to know she won't be alone.
After that, we can go to the second serving for coffee biscuits.
He's really on with that, like, coffee biscuit stuff.
Fine. You win. And if they're anything less than perfection itself, I'll never let you live it down.
If they're not to your liking, there are plenty of other things to try.
I suppose we both deserve a little treat after all that hard work. Hee hee.
We certainly do. Hee hee hee.
There we were, laughing as if we had not a care in the world. Fleeting though it was, in that moment, I was content. But my life was never meant to be so simple.
Okay, so what happens in the next part, I wonder?
I'm so sorry, everyone. I clearly have a long way to go before I can handle that kind of power. But we achieved what we set out to do, as I had faith we would. So without further ado, let's return to camp and admire our work.
Okay. And cutscene, I'm guessing. Oh, there's grass.
It's life.
Only some areas. Ooh, there's even fire in the campfire. Hey. Life finds a way. Okay, before we go any further, I quickly just want to check when it is that the quest basically towards the next patch of stuff. Let's quickly check here. Eden. Let's see here. That is Life Finds a Way. That was patch 5.2. And there's the next one. So 5.2. Okay, so when the next quest, or rather when we have done the quest, Worlds Apart, then we basically are gonna stop for today. Which is the quest after this one, I believe.
I can feel all of the revitalized elements working in harmony. I've always believed Eden had the power to restore the empty, but I never expected it to happen so quickly.
You're the one who made all of this possible. I think we owe it all to Gaia's skill with the hammer. I did get the hang of summoning primals correctly. I think we owe it all to Gaia's skill with the hammer, yeah.
Hammer. Whatever are you talking about? I'm a woman of gentle birth. Hardly the sort to be swinging such a rude thing about.
Shauna must be imagining things. Teehee.
I saw that hammer.
I wonder if the effects from the rebalanced ether will spread to the rest of the empty. Perhaps we'll just have to wait and see. Besides, I'm sure we could all do with a rest.
I must say, Rhine, it's refreshing to see you take a more measured approach for a change.
Well, if my experience here has taught me anything, it's that I shouldn't rush into things unprepared. And I've also learned that there are some problems that can't be solved alone.
Is that so?
Since you freed me from Yulmari, I've met all sorts of kind people who've gone out of their way to help me. I thought that I should do everything in my power to repay their kindness and make the world a better place. But now more than ever, I realize that there's a limit to what I can achieve by myself. Even though I was able to summon Shiva, I couldn't control such vast amounts of ether. If Gaia hadn't been there for me, I might never have returned to normal.
I could say the same about you. I was trapped in a nightmare, but you freed me.
It seems we're more alike than I thought. We might not be able to do everything by ourselves, but if we look out for each other, then we can face our problems together. That's if you don't mind.
No, it's fine. Really. If things don't work out, we can always go our separate ways. But on the other hand, if I can resist the urge to punch you whenever you annoy me, which, I must say, is quite often, I have no objections to staying around.
You mean it? Oh, thank you, Gaia.
Your friends. Aw, that's sweet.
May I suggest we continue the conversation in Amharing? Though the empty may now support 8th foliage, the land's normalization hath but begun, and to linger over long still entaileth risks. Is aught the matter, then cred? Nothing you need worry about. Let's go.
Okay, we're back in Amharing.
Before we do anything else, we should report to Yalfort. He'll want to know how we've been getting on in the empty.
Speaking of Mordsuk, there was a snack of some sort that caught my eye last time. I can't quite describe it, but it looked squidgy. Despite a strong suspicion that I may live to regret it, I'd like to try one.
Is it one of those worms, I wonder?
Oh. I think I know the one you mean. They might not be much to look at, but I bet they taste amazing.
Perhaps we could also try a pot of those jellied wriggles or whatever they're called. I'll even let you take the first bite.
Ew. No thank you.
First coffee biscuits, now worms in jelly. Heavens forbid the two of you might actually eat some proper food.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shauna, may I ask a favor of thee? Whilst then Cred and I return unto the Crystarium to inform our comrades of our recent exploits, I would have thee accompany Rhine and Gaia to Mordsuk.
Okay. And I'm just gonna teleport. Okay, and...
I trust all is well, Miss Gaia? It will be once we get out of this desert town. If I have to spend another night in that dingy little room, I shall scream. I'm terribly sorry to hear that the accommodation was less than satisfactory. I'll investigate the availability of more comfortable lodgings post-haste.
Yes, I think we'll be staying in Mordsuk, at least for the time being. It might take a while for me to write the report, as our expedition was rather eventful. Shauna, I really appreciate everything you've done, and I'm sorry for all the trouble I've put you through.
Still fretting about that, are you? What's done is done. Besides, it all worked out in the end, didn't it?
You're right. Now, how about that treat we promised ourselves? They might not have coffee biscuits here, but I've heard the Wriggler cakes are to die for. Or was that, you'll die from eating them? Only one way to find out, I guess.
It's not the best thing to go off.
I'm sure trying the local delicacies will keep us occupied between writing reports and thinking about the next plan of action. Hopefully, we'll have another chance to visit the empty to see how things are coming along.
And don't even think about leaving me behind.
Okay. And unlock Savage, I'm guessing.
Greetings, Shauna. How might I be of service? Rhine informs me that balance has now been restored to all 6 elements in the empty. As such, representatives from the Crystarium will be making regular visits to the camp to observe any changes that occur. I shall oversee the delivery of whatever supplies they may require. Once again, Rhine has kindly agreed to provide a report of your travails in the empty, up to and including the encounter with the being known as Shiva. The preliminary verbal account left me gobsmacked to say the least.
Uri. I finally finished. Shauna, how goes it? Actually, there was something I wanted to ask you. Don't worry, it's nothing dangerous. I was wondering if you'd like to join Gaia and I for some traditional Mordsok morning tea?
And in the meantime, I can read through your report.
Now that's taken care of, let's head over to the tea stall.
Before that, there's one more thing. This concerns you, Shauna.
The crystal? Yep.
I found this in Eden's core, and it seemed like it could be important. For all I know, it might even help me get my memories back. But when I look at it more closely, I see images of you swirling around inside it. Whatever this is, it probably means a lot more to you than it does to me.
This crystal contains Eden's memories. We've seen one of these before, haven't we?
As you stare intently at the crystal, your mind is overwhelmed with visions of struggles past, twisted and distorted by some unknown force. Whatever is the matter?
It's the same as last time. The only explanation I can think of is that Eden's own power altered its memories somehow. But was that before or after they were crystallized?
What difference does it make? Regardless of how it was made and where it came from, I can't think of any possible use for this thing. If you want it, Shauna, it's yours. It looks like I was the one wasting time on this occasion. Let's go and try this tea I've heard so much about.
Gaia, wait a moment. Shauna, you're still looking a bit green around the gills, so perhaps you can join us next time instead. Anyway, I'd best catch up with Gaia.
While this crystal may not serve as an accurate record of your battles, it provides a glimpse at what might have been. It could even help in mentally preparing yourself for foes you have yet to face. Since it contains images of you and your exploits, it seems only right that you should be the one to safeguard it.
Inverse Savage. Yep. Alright, time for the final quest. Fort. Worlds Apart. And we get blue fields. Okay, so roll.
Good news. Or at least, it has the potential to be good news. I've received word from Master Urianger. Unfortunately, the message was rather thin on details. He only requested that you return to the Crystarium and meet him at the Wandering Stairs. Not the most likely of places for important meetings, but I suppose you might be able to squeeze in a pint or two while you're there.
And because Yoko teleported, I also got the chance to just go along. Okay, Wandering Stairs. I'm forgetting a bit where that is. Is it that in front of... Oh, that's down there. Okay. Magic. Yep. Okay, so let's see here.
Pray accept mine apologies for calling thee hither at such short notice. The matter I wish to discuss is of considerable import. If it's that urgent, wouldn't it be quicker to use those link pearl things Rhine's been telling me about? These are words best delivered in person.
I have a method of going back.
Did something happen to the empty?
I think that might be what it is.
Not that doth warrant our immediate attention. The elements are in a state of equilibrium, and the propagation of flora continues apace. So, what's this about, then? As thou art aware, we are not of this world, hailing from what is referred to as the source. However, unlike Shauna, Cred and I exist only as ether given corporeal form. Our bodies remaineth on the source, though the thread that binds us to them doth grow weaker with the passage of time.
And if you stay here too long, you might never be able to return.
Precisely. Now, with the wheels of change in the empty set in motion, we believe this a fitting juncture to take our leave. We shall but regret not being present to see the transformation reach its completion. That hardly seems worth losing your bodies over, though. If you have to go back to your own world, who are we to stop you?
I always knew this day would come.
You'll still have Gaia and Shauna. I know that you'll see this through to the end. Together.
We will. I may not be half the woman Minfilia was, but I have friends I can turn to. They might be brutally honest in their opinion at times. Or prefer to save their words, and let their actions do the talking. But I wouldn't have it any other way.
I guess that is a good way of describing us. The player character. And we won't let you down, just promise you won't transform into another crazy ice lady and try to kill me. Again.
Though I can't say what the future might bring, no doubt Rhine and Gaia will need your support in the days to come. Alas, the mysteries surrounding the fairy are yet to be solved. Whether thou shouldst find the answers that thou seekest or nay, lend not thine ears to its honeyed words. For thy will is thine own. Never forget this.
Yeah, the player character is a side character almost default. Yep. Don't say a whole lot, and most of the action is or most of the story revolves around all the other characters. We're just there kind of yeah, we're really strong. That's it.
I won't.
The only sort of personality we have is what we give our own character.
The time of our departure is at hand. Yet know that, no matter where we may be, ever shall we pray for your success.
I know that some people have made
with Urianger and then Cred set to leave the first, it seems wise to share this development with Yalford, who will continue to oversee expeditions into the empty.
Yeah, I know that there are some people, especially on Twitter, basically have full on what's that? Full on characters built around their personal or their player character. So they actually have personalities and so on and so forth. And some of them even go oh yeah, they know all these jobs, but these are their sort of main job that they actually go around it and so on. And like I said, moments of choose something. Yeah.
You're back sooner than expected. Is everything alright? Oh dear, that's rather unfortunate. I dare say it's something jolly important for them to leave in such a hurry. In any case, I wish them the best of luck, wherever their work may take them. I shall remain here and hold the fort, as it were, and make the necessary provisions should any further forays into the empty be required. Safe travels, Mistress Shauna.
Question roll. I won the wind up ring. And empty promise. That is the quest that became available in 5.4, and we just finished up the Eden stuff for 5.2. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and stop doing this, like doing the quest line for now, because we have what how many is this? 5 quests left. But it's currently like almost been 6 hours. Since yeah, it's almost been a 6-hour stream. They usually do like 5 hours. I'm gonna take the drive back home then. Alright. I guess you do have to like get on back to Twintania at some point. I'll just be hanging out in my chair here then. Gotta say, I kind of wish that you could actually change how you sit in the chair. Get in. Okay, fine. That is G1. Yep. I still love the fact that you can get in like straight up car in the game. Or could get one. What is it, like 2 times you've been able to get that? Wait, I just noticed that there was a lot of us standing up in the car. I hadn't even noticed that before. I'm guessing the gas and so on are like in the probably in the steering wheel or something. You can't really hit any pedals if they're in the bottom. Or where if they were like in their normal space, and I don't see any gears up here, so can't reach the wheel unless you stand it up. There are no pedals yet, and no shift either. I'm guessing it's like the speeder and brake are probably like somehow wired into the steering wheel, and it's probably an automatic gear. Like probably all of the function of the car control from like steering wheel, or at least all the important ones. There's like the gauges, and this might be a radio of sorts. I don't know. Air condition stuff. Wonder about this. He wants to try teleporting. Okay. Been thrown from the mount. Returning to home point. Unless they have the offer to go to Mortsuk. But I guess you can't teleport like that with a person in the mount. Huh. I guess it's because she needs like you can't. It's probably to like force it so that, or make it so that you can't force someone to get teleported somewhere. Since you need to like accept it, so I guess that's just how it is. You need to basically have it so that if, I guess the only way you could do that is if the person who's like the person who has the mount, if they basically were to start to teleport, then it would have to be something like, okay, it sends out a message to everyone in the car, do you want to teleport along? And at which point then the teleport starts casting. Once everyone is like accepted or declined. That would be the only way I can think of doing this, but that just seems, I don't know, maybe not the best way of doing it. Anyway, I think this is gonna be where I just end the stream, because yeah, it's almost 11 o'clock now. Jesus. Okay, let's see here. Who is currently streaming that I could possibly raid? Let's see here. I got a... Thank you for streaming. Welcome. And thank you for watching the stream, and also for doing the raids with me. It definitely made it go faster with the queue times, I'm sure. Okay, so let's see here. Who should I raid? Let's see, you've got a few people who... Got someone who started like an hour ago, from what I can see. Basically looking at Discord and so on, so let's see. How long have you been streaming, I wonder? Around 40-ish minutes. Let's see. We'll probably go ahead and raid her. You know, let's go with her. So I am thinking we are gonna go ahead and raid Marie Loves Cheese, or I guess just Marie, Danish VTuber who is currently doing a drawing stream. He's building some hull designs. Yeah. So, I think I said it earlier, but the plan for tomorrow, which is going to be the next stream, is, let's see. I'm going to go ahead and the plan is basically do the last of the Eden raids, and then depending on how much time there's left, something else, maybe like Yoko suggested, maybe doing the, like doing some Rathlos extreme farming, perhaps, for the mountain other stuff. Or perhaps something else, I don't know yet. But maybe try and do House of the Dead stuff. Like, who knows, maybe if Yoko wanted to, and I could get in contact with both Old Hornball and Chun Chun, and they wanted to, we could just do like a 4-player run of House of the Dead and see how long or how far we could get. Maybe a proper like team composition. thinking, like a fixed party and see how far we could get from floor 50 and onward. I don't know. Something at least. Don't really know yet. It definitely also depends on how long the Eden stuff tomorrow takes. But yeah, that's just another example. Like we could also just do the Rathalos Extreme farm, because that one it's probably easier to find people for. Plus, I don't know if Chun or Umbo are even playing really right now. Because I haven't seen Chun on for a while, and Hombo just kind of pops in from time to time. So, yeah. Small goal of Big Dragon, please. It would definitely look quite funny, but at the same time, the dragon will also be scaled down if I'm not mistaken. To like fit your size. But yeah. I guess I'll figure that out tomorrow. Like when I'm saying scaled down, I mean like in terms of like relative to your size. I think I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that at least like chocobos are scaled relative to the person who owns them. I think. From what I've seen, it seems to be that way. The car have one sensor only. True, but I think that's probably. I think it's probably like if it's a multi-seater mount. I think it just is only one size. But I think if it's just a single seater, it basically has like different sizes, because then it makes sense. Because there's only one person that's going to be riding that, whereas the multi-size or the multi-seater mounts, they need to like accommodate for like all the sizes of like player characters, so they can't just have it like scaled down to a Lalafell's like Lalafell sized mount and then have a Rogadin sitting in it. That would look really, really weird. So, yeah. Anyway, I am just gonna go ahead and end the stream now because I am tired and I kind of want to grab some snacks. And maybe some water. It would look funny. Yep, it definitely would. But at the same time, it would probably also result in a lot of flipping, I think. Yeah. Yes. Get them all. I will. But yeah. Gonna go ahead and end the stream now, and hopefully I'll be back tomorrow. Unless somehow I end up having something that prevents me from streaming tomorrow. I don't know. Hopefully there's nothing, but you never know. But yeah, thank you everyone for dropping by and watching the stream, and thank you specifically Ryoko for doing the raids with me. It's fun, and it definitely increased the queue times, or reduced the queue times. At least I'm pretty sure that was a big part of it. So yeah, we'll just raid Marie. Sure to behave yourself over there, so we don't end up leaving a bad impression with a raid. And yeah, until next time, everyone, I'll see ya.